Hello, hello, hello. How is everyone tonight? Hope you're doing well. Let's get rolling. So welcome to our Shipwrecked series. This is our isolationist, deserted, stranded on a desert island playthrough. We're kind of making stuff up as we go along, but we're up and running. Lydia, Nancy, good to see you guys. Hopefully you're doing well. Nancy, I hope you're getting back to some kind of normalcy after your wonderful weekend. Okay, let's see. I can go away. I think we need to decide. So we bought our bigger backpack right at the end of the last stream. So we now have as big as inventory as we're going to get. So that should help us out quite a bit. We're not going to be so inventory limited. So that's kind of nice. We probably need to get back to... Oh, I'm thinking upgrading some tools. We've got the watering can. So the hoe and the watering can we probably need to upgrade. I think they are both what would be the equivalent to the copper level. We've got Grandpa's tools installed here, so we need to actually do that. The other thing that is going to be the focus of tonight is just to see how many of our skills we can get raised up to that 10. We discovered last time our mining skill. We maxed out at 10 and we did the reset, and now we are 3 of the 6 professions in. So you can go through each one essentially 4 times, but you can see how much faster we've gained skills in the second one. So I think it's going to be a good idea to get these all to level 10 so we get that skill point bonus. The cooking and the luck, I think we can go through 4 times as well. I think the mod will allow that. We'll have to wait and see. But after that, I don't think it has like some of the add-on prestige stuff and things that the Walk of Life mod has. So that's going to be a big one. Foraging we can probably do pretty easily. We've got a lot of trees to cut down. Fishing we're just going to have to grind out a little bit, I think. Mining is just flying. So we might max that out at 10 and then leave it for a while so we can save up some money. So that is what's there. We need to build some crab pots, bait makers. We need to get coal. Actually, the coal mining runs might be a pretty high priority as well, because there's a chance we could get our coffee bean that way as well. Then we're going to have to decide what our criteria is for fixing our greenhouse. We do have access to a greenhouse structure here, but the actual greenhouse itself is still broken. Now we're not doing Joja, we're not doing the community center, so we don't have a way to do that. So we're gonna have to put some kind of a requirement in. So if anybody has any ideas, I'm happy to meet your challenges, and then we will probably just use a cheat menu to turn it on once we meet those requirements. We really should buy a fishing upgrade. I think that will come at level 6. We can get our updated fishing rod if we save up the money. Okay. Let's see what upgrades we have available. We could take... Oh, we can't afford the hoe or the watering can to steal yet. And I'm not in any kind of rush. Actually, I might not even update the trash can, because then we can use this to destroy items and not get any benefit from it. Actually, no, we get 15% of the value, I guess, but we'll see on that. Right now, we don't need this, but it is one we're going to need eventually, but I think we'll hold off on that as well. Oh, very cool. Congratulations. Crystal, good to see you. Thanks for stopping in. Always appreciate it. I think I saw you have a stream coming up in a couple of days. Are you doing your Remix bundle stream again? I can't remember what I saw. I saw it pop up, but I don't remember what it was. If you've never seen her work before, let's see, where's Crystal? There you are. Check out Classy Cozy Gamer. She streams all kinds of stuff. She's been doing some early access games as well. Dinkum's usually in the rotation. All kinds of cool stuff. So, okay, so what project should we tackle first? I think let's get the crab pots built. Crab pots and a bait maker. That's what we need. Let's see what category they're under. There's the crab pots. Wood and iron. We're about to chop a bunch of trees, so we'll be okay there. And bait maker probably will be in here. Or worm bin, sorry. Wrong word. Hardwood, gold, iron, and fiber. Okay. We probably should clear the lower portion. I think there's some renewable hardwood down there as well. Alright, we need wood and hardwood. Fiber. Yeah, Seeds of Calamity is one I was thinking about. Very cool. Oh, very cool. Yeah, that one, I've watched you and Guffy both play it. I'll admit, it's a little tempting. Don't know if I'm willing to move out of Stardew just quite yet. Okay, let's see what this gives us. We can make 19 worm bins. We're not going to make 19 worm bins. We can make 11 crab pots. Yeah, Dinkum, I've thought about it, but... Purple shorts in the community soup? How dare you? How dare you spoil the tasting ceremony? What will the governor say? Okay, I'm thinking 8 seems like overkill. 4? Should we do 4? Let's start with 4. I have a tendency to overdo things. So let's do 4 of these. Try to keep ourselves a little bit under control. We'll do 2 of these. And I think we'll just set that up here. Actually, can I set it up over here? Let's see if we can get it set up over here. One, 2, oops, 2, 3, 4. Can I get to all 4 of those? I hope so. Then we can put these there. Alright, do we have any bait stored anywhere? I don't think so. We'll look, but I don't think we do. So we'll have to probably wait till tomorrow on those. Yep, okay. Oh, very nice. Very nice. You're going to pick up a Switch too? I know a few people that have picked it up. There seems to be, at least from what I'm seeing, a relatively positive response from their reactions. So. Okay, let's see. Pink cake. We'll keep a hold of that. Alright, let's go ahead and... Nope. We can't do the hoe or the watering can yet, right? Okay, no, we'll put those on hold for right now. Watering can. We've got grapes here somewhere. Oh, no, we actually, we spent all of our grapes. Turned them into seeds. Okay. Let us, I think foraging next. Does that make sense? Foraging or fishing? Foraging's at 8. I think we could get that done. So let's jump down. Take care of our mining responsibilities. Because that's probably where we're going to make most of our money. Forage these things because that is good for XP. And then we'll go on a probably a wood cutting spree. Alright, so what are our goals and priorities with this particular playthrough? A big part of it is going to be, obviously we're not doing the community center. We're not doing the Joja route because we don't have access to those because we are stranded on this island. So our big goal, and then obviously we won't do perfection either. So our big goal is essentially self-reliance. And part of self-reliance is upgrades to the island. We want to turn this island from a desert island full of jungle to actually a civilization-driven, type of thing. So that's one of our goals. Second goal. Hey, we leveled up mining yet again. Second goal is going to be to work through the whole skill mastery system. So we put in a mod called Walk of Life. And in that mod, you can level your skills multiple times. You can collect all the professions. Then there is a above mastery where you'd normally stop. So the level 10 and then the mastery cave. I believe there's a level 15 mastery and a level 20 mastery. So we're going to try to do all of that for every skill. That's kind of where we'll say if we were rescued at that point and returned to civilized society, we would have basically a whole new set of skills that we would be able to have. You know what? We need foraging. And I'd also like to clear out some of our lower new unlock here. So let's try to do a little bit of both here. So we have a whole new area down here, which is this whole section down here. That's a pretty good sized section. And I do believe there are stumps down here that are renewable stumps. From when we tested this mod, I'm pretty sure that's the thing. You can see we have our tree grows that we planted, so we'll cut those out eventually. Or we might turn them into moss farms. Who knows? This is still wild. We cleared all the stuff kind of on this. This is our homestead area here. Then we got these 2 terraces, which we'll figure out what we're going to do with those. They could become crops, but right now all our crops are in here. This is still wild, and the beach has gotten a little bit crazy. The green rain really made the palm trees grow. But leaving the palm trees isn't bad, because picking up coconuts off the beach by grabbing their seeds isn't bad. So it does mean we have this area down here, which right now is absolutely stuffed full of trees and weeds and rocks and debris and all of that kind of stuff. So I believe, let's just see what we can clear out here. I'm going to try to cut a path right down the center here, because I find it easier to clear from the bottom up. It's just easier to see the trees and stuff. So I think we'll just cut a path right to the bottom, and then from there we can work ourselves east and west, right? To actually get a clear path. And if nothing else, the other thing we might do is see if we can find the renewable stumps. Like these two stumps, the way they're placed, look to be potentially renewable stumps. Like this one up here, I don't think looks to be. I think that looks to just be a stump. But these two, just because they're sitting here nice and symmetrical, this map is a little symmetrical. If I had I don't want to call it a criticism, but a critique. I like symmetry, personally. But if I had a critique, it would be like, nature tends not to be perfectly symmetrical, right? So having the map be symmetrical might be a little bit unrealistic, but it's also still a game. And I like it. I like to be able to build in a symmetry mode. So, not something I mind, but... Hey, Matt, welcome! Yeah, if we have... Like, this is... Essentially, this section is almost like the forest farm, right? Where you've got... yeah, you got renewable stumps. We have renewable rocks in the cave. So if we ever need stone, we have I think there's 4 of them. So they get like, I don't know, 15, 20 stone a day. So we've got basically an endless supply of stone as well. I don't think any of these are renewable. But we'll see. Now these two also might be renewable. I can't remember. Alright, before we go much farther here, let's go ahead and get our food on. Because we are running a little low. Okay. There we go. How you doing, Matt? Good to see you. Oh yeah, there's lots of trees, and we have a ton of mahogany trees planted as well. So we'll have plenty of seeds. And I think it fits the narrative of a deserted island. There's not a lack of forageable style resources on this map, right? Like when we cleaned out, like this was all tree. This wasn't thick trees. But this whole section was fully treed out like this. Both of these sections were fully treed out. So, you know, we've collected a ton of resources just here. And again, I think that kind of works for what we're trying to do because we can't go anywhere else. You know, we can't go anywhere and harvest resources. We have to do everything on the map. So it's not too bad. We might have to go up and take a swim here, though, because our energy is dropping way faster than our food supply. Yeah, I don't know that we're going to get this all done. We'll get this all done in this stream. I have no doubt of that, but this definitely won't be a today thing. And we'll have to decide if we actually... I'm probably going to clear everything here. Because then I can replant and control what we have down here, as opposed to just the madness that it is right now. The only thing I can think of is maybe... Actually, I suppose we could wait till a season change. And then if we wanted to... Like, the other thing I'm thinking about doing is maybe leaving this open down here for forageables. But also we could turn this into a grass farm. We could potentially put our our animals down here if we really wanted to. Don't know yet. I haven't really planned out what I think we're going to go down here. That's something that we're struggling with right now. There is not. Now there is we can get to Skull Cavern through the mines, so that's a possibility. Right now we have no way to access Ginger Island or the Walnut Room, and I'm okay with that. The thing I'm going to have to potentially figure out is the recipes that are on the Walnut Room vendor. Like, so for instance, our skills mod does a whole bunch of work with the hopper, and I'm okay with, you know, crafting the hopper, but we might have to go to some kind of way to get the hopper from the Walnut Room, right? The recipe anyway. All right, let's recharge here. So, but yeah, as of right now, no, we don't have access to the island. We don't have access to the Walnut Room. We don't have access to the desert. Like, so essentially the other thing as well is when we get our first prismatic shard, most likely we'll just have to sacrifice it to our own island altar here, and then probably spawn in the Galaxy Sword because we don't have access to the desert. But so far, like our mine that we have access to, or our cave that we have access to, does have, at higher levels anyway, we were getting cinder shards out of it. We also got some radioactive ore out of our cave mine, so that was kind of nice. So the map maker here seems to have considered, like, this map can be used as a non-deserted island version. And actually the version we're playing, you can still get to town. We're just choosing not to. But she seems to have built it in such a way that if you don't want to go to those areas, you can still get the stuff that you need. So at least so far. So we haven't run across a lot of things where we need access to Ginger Island and stuff like that. So for instance, like our cave we can plant crops in, and it acts like kind of like Ginger Island, right? We can plant out of season crops, things like that, as we can in our second greenhouse, not the stock one, but the second one that we have access to. Yeah, and again, I'm completely open with you guys as the community deciding on some of the challenges, right? Like, because the other one we're going to have to decide is what are the criteria if we are going to allow ourselves to fix the greenhouse. Oh crap, it's 12 o'clock already. You know, is it a skill level thing? Do we need to sacrifice a certain amount of resource? I'm completely okay with you guys putting some challenges in on it. Okay, well, let's see how we did. Not too bad. I'm going to say a third-ish. We got about a third cleared out there. We'll take it. Not bad for a first day. Alright, let's head back home. We'll go this way. So I do want to play around with trying to get palm trees in some kind of order. I'd love to get them lined up along these cliffs. I don't know if that's ever going to happen, but I can't plant them. We have to just grab the coconuts where we can and hopefully let them do their thing. Okay. We have a nightly ritual. We have to give our tribute to the island spirits. They're going to get some coconuts and mushrooms today. I think we'll give them the forageables. We've been giving away our forageables now. And then they get the gemstones from the cave that we have so graciously gotten for them. That gets us 4,498, which means we should be able to upgrade our hoe or our watering can tomorrow. All right. Now, again, the one thing I have found in this mod is I'm spending so much less time in menus. We are flying through the days. So we've been doing 2-week chunks. We'll see if that keeps up. Level 7 mining for our second time. So this is level 17 mining for us. The way the mod works, though, is it just puts you back through the thing. So this new crafting recipe we already have, so it won't be new to us, but it is how the mod works. We chose, you can do it one of two ways. You can make it so that when you reset back to 0, you forget all of the recipes and have to relearn them. That didn't seem realistic to me, right? I'm using it to say, no, we are honing in our skills. It doesn't mean we forgot our skill. We are just using it to go through a second time. So while these recipes are popping, they're not new to us. All right, we want to thank the island providing for the island spirits. We do appreciate it. We'll take a quick break. We'll be right back. I think we're going to keep clearing. We'll get our crab pots up and running, hopefully, with the bait maker. Oh, and then when I was talking about when you asked about the island, so far the only thing I think I'm missing out of the walnut room that I really want is the hopper. So we turned off the automate mod. We turned off chests anywhere. It hurt my heart a little bit. I love those two mods, but again, being stranded on an island doesn't seem like you'd have that kind of automation. That being said, the skills mod does update the hopper so that you can attach a hopper to a machine, right? That's part of vanilla. And it will feed that machine. The skills mod makes it so it will also harvest from the machine. So you can set up a small amount of automation, not like the automate mod. But we could set up like a furnace where we put the ore and the coal in, and it would put the ore and coal in the furnace, and it would pull the bar out and put more in. But it'd be on a 1 hopper per machine basis, right? It's not like automate where you can link them all together, as far as I know. So hopefully we'll get to that at some point. So, okay, let's take a quick break. I'll be right back. All right, everybody, welcome back. Before we jump back into the action, let's do a quick shout out to our channel members. We do appreciate your guys' support. Thank you to Nancy and Victus, Dara, Lydia, Wally, and Zach, as well as Debbie, Jojo, Lux, and Professor H. We do appreciate the support. We also appreciate those fine folks giving these fine folks a gifted membership, amongst many others that have had gifted memberships over the last few months. When did we launch memberships? April? End of April. So we're coming up on our second month of membership, so thank you guys for that. You can see some of our members who jumped on it on day one have their nice, bright, happy-go-lucky, I guess cyan's the color I would reference it as. Icon next to their name, so that's what that's about. Okay. Did I get that in all of them? I can't tell. How many bait did we start with? Oh, I can't tell. It looks like a 9. And we have a 5. Yeah, we should have got them. Should have got them all in. Okay. That doubled up one I don't like. I have to wait for the bait to come out. We'll see if we can move that down one. I think that'll line it up better. Alright, for right now, we'll just throw our extra bait in there. So, let's go ahead and get ourselves... Okay, before we do anything, let's test something here. Let's see if we can even get access to the walnut room. Oh, we can get access to the shop. So we have the ability to buy the perks. So we can come up with our own system to make these things available to us, right? Now, what we normally do is we are playing this game as if the shipwreck... We didn't lose all of our memories, but we have to rediscover our memories. So we can rediscover recipes and things like that. So the hopper recipe is in here. And again, we can do some kind of conversion on currency if we need to get the gems and stuff like that. We won't be able to run the missions. I mean, let's see if we have access to the Walnut Room, Ginger Island Shop, iPods. I don't think we have access to the mission boards in here. I think these are all just the shops. What about out here? Calendar. There's the quest board. Special order. Okay, that's the big board. And again, we're not going to do these because that is kind of breaking what we're doing. Farm computer, farm map, monster kill, friendship data, casino location map. Yeah, I don't think we have access to the... Now, it might be because we don't have access to the island and we don't have access to the walnut room. It's just not showing up on here. That's also a possibility. Okay, anyway, what we are going to do here, though, is, again, we're using our memory of Clint upgrading our tools in order to do the work ourselves. We could spawn these and make them instantaneous, but I have chosen to continue to use the interface so there is a delay on what we have to give up the item for a while, right? Now, the hoe I don't think we need right now, so we'll go ahead and kill that. We have everything planted with sprinklers right now. So let's go ahead and get the hoe and then hopefully the watering can updated. So this is our mixed seeds plot. So one of the mods we are running takes mixed seeds and turns them into crops that we can plant. So it looks like we got radishes. So we'll go ahead and put those in our crops, and then we can turn them into seeds later. All right. I say back to the grind. First thing we'll do here is pop ourselves back into our mine. Now, if you're new to the playthrough, we do have access to the mines, and we've made it down to 120. And we do have access to Skull Cavern if we want to go to Skull Cavern. Again, we're pretending those aren't the mines that are part of the main city. Those are actually mines that are in this cave system. And again, we've just kind of ignored this pepper patch now. I probably should water it at some point and get the rest of them, but okay, let's go ahead and drop down and see this respawns every day. So in here we have, these are rocks, these are renewable. So if we ever need stone, 15, 30, you got 60 stone just sitting there. And it seems like the higher our level gets, the better spawn pops in here. So when we're low level, so when we reset our level, this turned back into stone and copper. So I'm thinking when we hit level 10 this time, we might stay there for a little while, because that gave us access to iridium, it gave us access to radioactive, gave us access to good gems, which we contribute to the island spirits. So this time through, we might not be so quick to reset the level. Especially given that our mining is far outpacing the rest of our skills. Now, we don't really need the stone, so I'm not going to break all the big stones. But we'll clear out all this stuff. And definitely get the mussels, because we can make food out of those. Alright. Done and done. Let's head back to... let's go this way, because I want to grab that coconut. There we go. So, we have access to... I have two different things. I have one mod where if I just want to build them instantaneously, I can. So again, we still have to use the materials, right? But we can build them ourselves with essentially the tribute to the island spirits, which is our gold, and then the resources, right? Or if we want to keep it like, well, it's going to take time to build, we can get in here, and again, we can access the same menu this way. And our backstory would be, if we choose to, and I haven't 100% decided, but if we do choose to do the Robin version of it, then it would be like almost like a hallucination. You know, like we're building it ourselves, but we're hallucinating that Robin is still around doing the work for us, because her little avatar would show up. So yeah, we can build. We haven't built anything with animals yet, though. We're still basically just trying to survive ourselves. And then the backstory again would be, you know, so for instance, we're playing with monsters at night as well. You know, so we're on an island, but we haven't explored the whole island, right? Like, there's a whole... Oh, let me get this back to daylight. There's a whole northern side up here of jungle and stuff that we don't 100% know what's up there, and is inaccessible. So, you know, if a cow or a chicken or a goat wandered down, we would just tame it. That's how we would most likely account for how we picked up an animal. Yeah, okay, so those respawned. That one respawned, and that one respawned. I think that one respawned. So there's at least 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 that I see. So we have a pretty good supply of hardwood down here. So, like I said, one of the main goals for today's stream is going to be getting our skills to level 10. Which means it's going to be a little grindy, I think. And that's okay. So we are going to clear. Oh, let's try something. We have a new ability. What does this do? I don't think it chops down the trees. Nope. Alright, never mind then. So I think it'll clear debris. But we still have to manually chop the trees. Which makes sense. I'm wondering if those are all... There's one there, there's one there. I wonder if this whole area is surrounded by hardwood stumps. If it is, hardwood will not be an issue. Alright, well, to test it, let's go ahead and we'll cut a ring around the outside here. Oh, wait, I don't think... That wasn't a stump. That's just a tree, I think. But there's a stump there at the top. Oh, 2 stumps in the corner. I bet you those are also renewable. Just kind of given that's what was at the bottom. So maybe 1 in the center and 2 here at the top. Alright, so we'll cut around the outside edge here. Let's go across the top. I don't see any stumps up here. Anyway, I don't like cutting like this. It's just hard to see what you're doing. I don't see any stumps up here, though. Hunger! Oh, that goes up under there farther than I thought. Is that clear? Oh, it's clear up and under the canopy there. Okay, I don't see a stump up there, so we're going to not clear that out until it's easier to see. All right. Rock and roll. So, I think level 9, maybe? And this is a little slow grinding, given the fact that we're talking about, like, 2 experience. Okay, there are no stumps in this corner, interesting enough, so it's not symmetrical, so maybe those ones in the top right are not renewable. Or it's just not a symmetrical stump spawning. which is also possible. Now, I know as a player, this to me is relatively satisfying. Just the clearing, almost like a progress bar running, right? Like, I know for me this is definitely relaxing. Just the slow, methodical clearing of the land. We're making pretty good progress. Giving our new axe a workout. I am thankful we have the upgrade here, though. It is making life a little easier. Otherwise, this would take forever. Now, we still need the iridium upgrade. We're not fully upgraded yet. And we do have a mod called Prismatic Tools. We could upgrade that as well. Hey, Crystal, I do appreciate you swinging by. Have a wonderful night. Take care, my friend. At 10 o'clock. All right. Decent progress today. Maybe one more day? We might get through this. Boink, boink. Oh, I hear a bat. Bat coming to get us. Take that, Mr. Bat. Yeah, I think we can get this cleared in one more day. Oh, congrats, Nancy. That's good to hear. Well, blue chicken for you and the modder. It's always good when you get an update that fixes your issue, for sure. Well, we need the food anyway, so we'll take that. All right, we'll cut this row out and then we'll head back to the farm. All right, I'm thinking one more day. Yeah, we cleared from basically like the bottom of the light here to here. So I think tomorrow we can have this done. And then we will have a new cleared out section of the island. I don't think, because we're getting home so late, our energy will fully recharge. So let's give ourselves a little bit of a head start on that. And then if we need to, before we go home, or before we go down to the bottom, we can jump in the spa area again. All right, let's see what we're sitting on. Gems, that's for cooking. Gems, forages, geodes, gems, forage, Oh, the island spirits are going to get lots of food today. Good forage day. We'll keep that for creation of food. So let's go ahead and give them their tribute. 11 coconuts. $100 a piece. 1,600 tribute points. But we're really going to make it up in the gems. 4,700 there. So, yeah, that was a big chunk of our tribute is those gems. We didn't make it to... This is a slow grind because, I mean, each tree is only worth like 3 experience. So this might take a little bit. Oh, we contribute that as well. Let's go ahead before we hit the sack. We do not have any stored up food. We'll cut up some fish, making some sashimi. And we will call it a night again. Wow, half an hour per day. That's usually closer to 45 minutes to an hour, so we're making great progress. Unfortunately, we didn't level. It's going a little slower than I had hoped, but we'll do what we need to do. Let's take a quick break. I'll be right back. All right, welcome back. Let's see what Wednesday has in store for us. I bet you we're going to cut down some trees. All right, let's check the island altar here. The island altar remembering us that there are events going on. I've talked about this before. It is almost refreshing to not have to worry about the events, the friendships, all of the stuff. Now, we did turn... Okay, you can see that we're starting to lose friendship now. So in the last stream, we knocked all these down to 9, and we are now getting friendship decay. So we have lost 12 points of friendship so far. So that's a real thing. Let's not harvest. Alright, can I put this in somewhere? Okay, I don't like that area. It's just... I don't like them stacked up, doubled up like that. Let's see if we can get it to work here. Holy cow, that goes way out there. Okay, that's just weird. How about... Well... This is probably the best area, I guess, up here. Okay, I can still see that one. That one's good. That one's good. That one's the one that doubles up. That one I can't see. I know I'm spending way more time on this than I probably should. You know what we could do? What if we put one there? One there? I don't like that. What about there? Okay. That is funky. Alright, what about here? Here. Oh, so far so good. Alright, that's not bad. Let's just cut this tree down then. Okay. That I can do. I like that. Now let's see. Putting bait in them is not too terribly hard. Okay. I like that. That works better. 4 days, 5 days, 3 days, 7 days, 12 days, 2 days. Okay. Nothing going up there. Let's see. I think we probably... That's the wrong wood. Let's go ahead and make a chest. And I think this is just going to be our crap that needs to go inside chest. Which will mostly be our fish food. Or our fish stuff. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4 things that we could make. Alright, let's move this chest. Put this one... yeah, right there for right now. That'll be fishing stuff. But not the food that we're going to cook. If that makes sense. So we'll put that back to that color. And then this one we will make... What says cooking? Orange, maybe? Pink? I think the love of cooking mod is red. The book is kind of an orangish red. That's too red. Probably doesn't matter. Green doesn't work. We don't have anything that's pink or purple yet. Let's go with pink, I guess. Nah, that's not working for me. White? I think the orange makes the most sense. It's close to the cookbook color. That's too red. So let's go orange. Alright. Okay, that works out because, yeah, we made our other food thing orange as well. Okay, orange is our cooking color then. We'll go with that. Alright, let's Groundhog Day this up a little bit. Oh, okay, so we want to check here. I'll do this tomorrow. I want to jump install grid mod. I want to be able to see a grid so we can... And I don't have any cable. I used to use the automate one. But so for instance, it's like we want to start to get a grid of trees in up here, right? None of these seem to be lining up where I want them. So we're just going to have to wait this out. So we'll kind of keep an eye on it, but I think we'll install the data layers mod just for being able to see that kind of stuff. All right, let's get our forage and our mining on here. What's our mining at? Level 7. We should level mining. Plus we leveled, which means we should get a even better stuff down here. Yeah, look at that. Look at the diamonds. Still getting some copper. So it's not devoid of copper. That was 50 XP. 15. This will be a lot. 187. This is why the mining's going so fast the second time. These bigger items are giving us tons. There we go. We leveled. Can we get to 9? Not on this, I don't think. I don't think we have enough stuff left. But I bet you we get, let's say, a third of the way in. So 1,000? I think we could get to 1,000 XP here. There's 500, although we're running out of gems. The gems, they're the ones that give us the big numbers. Oh, we do have a diamond there, though. We've got a diamond to kind of be our ringer. Will it jump us up to what we need? We'll save it for absolute last. What are we at? 633? 820. Pretty close. It might be a little tight on getting our island south side cleared there, given the fact that we spent all that time on crab pots. But that was important. I think we are going to have to work on maybe clearing out some of these trees and see if I can get them to grow into a grid as well. Although I kind of like the beach covered kind of in more of a natural growth way. I don't mind that. Like, our manufacturer stuff up here works, but the wild trees growing, nothing wrong with that. All right. Back to the proverbial grind. All right, so this side, I see all of these have come back. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, at least 9 hardwood stumps. We won't cut any down this time. We're just going to see what we get. Actually, we'll cut them hopefully down at the end of the day. And then when we come back tomorrow, we can see what came back. But I think we're kind of at the point where all those are going to come back. Almost done with the east side here. And then we'll start working the west side. Hey, that's new, I think. Felled trees have a 5% chance to yield double the wood. Well, you would think that as many trees as we've cut down, we would learn a thing or two about cutting trees and getting extra wood. Now that's the other kind of side benefit to this is going to stock us back up on wood supply. So we shouldn't have to worry about wood for a while. Although, again, we do need to consider we have to have our own supply of wood. If we cut down every tree and don't replant, there's nowhere else to go to get wood, right? So we have to be self-sufficient here. So we'll probably plant I'm kind of thinking like maybe a 4x4 grid of each type of tree down here. Because we already have we'll call it our reserve wood, will be what we have stored up in the terraces. Okay. So once we clear this, we shouldn't need wood for a little while. So we'll let the terraces grow. And then down here, I think we'll plant in the middle, because we want to be able to get to these outside edges. Because again, these are all renewable, which will take care of our hardwood needs, although we will plant some mahogany. Yeah, we got here late. I think we could have cleared this today, but I'm not sure we're going to make it. So we'll get the hardwood done here. Okay, I do see a stump up there. So maybe there are two in the corner up there. And they're just covered with trees. Alright. We'll get hopefully couple 2 or 3 rows done here. Alright, so I don't think there's going to be any renewable stone down here. This definitely feels like just wood. So we've got renewable stone in the cave, renewable hardwood in this bottom section, forageables that hit pretty much everywhere, our own little private quarry in the cave that gives us access to gems and ore. That is dependent upon the level of our mining, it feels like. So the higher our mining gets, the better stuff we get down there. So leveling mining is going to be important. And then maybe leaving it at a higher level for a while. Because then that becomes a really, really good source of tribute items for the island spirits. Okay, well actually we're getting farther than I thought up here. I still don't think we're going to quite get it done. Hey, we leveled foraging. Level 9. Nice. It's been a grind, but we're getting through. We push it maybe till 1. We might be able to get this done. 2, 3. Yeah, most of this stuff is actually pretty small. Looks like we got another row of trees up under the tree line there. there's midnight. Actually, I think we need to set our, maybe our 10 o'clock and our 1 o'clock alarms again. Those were useful. We're going for it. We pass out, we pass out. It's worth it. I want this project done. Alright, well, it's pass out or warp. And I don't think we should burn a warp totem, so we're just gonna sleep here in the middle of the the little area. But there we go. We have cleared it out. We'll see what stumps regrow. There might be a forageable up in that corner, I can't tell. But we'll sleep here tonight. Alright, level 9 foraging. We made it back to our bed magically. Now, we didn't sell anything, which is fine, but we'll do that tomorrow. Alright, let's go ahead and pause here since we didn't sell anything. It's normally where we take our break. I'll be right back. All right, welcome back everybody. So I said install grid mod, so let's go ahead and we're gonna jump out here and we'll turn on data layers and relaunch. I suppose I could have done this during the break, but I had to go get something to drink. It's good to hydrate. I live in the desert. must hydrate. So what this will give us is just the ability to plan and map better, right? I think we've achieved high enough skills, and we built an entire farm on the mainland, so our character has regained his memories on farm layout, tools, and utilities. Seems reasonable. All right, it's choking on the new mod here a little bit. Has to do a little configuration, and then we're good to go. All right, we'll just turn this into tile grid. I don't like that one quite as much as I like the automate one, but it works. Okay, let's see. Beautiful and sunny. Very happy spirits. Shells and corals are expected to wash up on beaches all around the world. Okay, we'll see if our map allows for that. Old memories of passing out. Okay, so we can grab our bait. Put those in. I think we should move these. Let's put them there for right now. All right, let's clear some stuff out. Queen Mother, how you doing? Good to see you. Good to see you. I feel like I need to put that on a new hotkey. It's kind of hard to reach with one hand. All right, what did we get? We have bait. We'll put our bait in there. All right, we've got geo tributes. We have foraging tributes. We have gemstone tributes. It's gonna be a double tribute day. Foraging, foraging, bat wings. Unfortunately, I don't think you can. I don't know of any way to sell decorations. I don't think they can be sold. Otherwise, we could make a lot of money off of our decorations. All right, there we go. The island spirits get their tribute. We'll open up our box and get some fertilizer, which we'll throw in there. And then we'll put our lantern in there. Okay. So, I think we'll hit the mines again. See what we have over here. Lots of taro tubers. Put that in there. All right, we'll pop down to our newly cleared out area because I want to see what we have for replenishable hardwood down there. Oh, then I think we should let's take some seeds with us. Some tree seeds, not plant seeds. Let's see, what do we have? So I think we'll just do a 4x4 grid of each one of these. Let's go this way this time. So today, I think we might be able to hit the mines. I think we'll go back to the coal spirits frozen levels and see if we can get more coal, which we do need. Oh, hold on, we gotta do a fix here. I reloaded the game, and the survivalistic mod's positioning, it doesn't quite work. So we're gonna put it back in the bottom right. Or sorry, bottom left. Probably doesn't matter, but and then we'll put it back to custom, and then it seems to be able to handle the spot it's supposed to be in. Little tweaks. Sometimes mods need a little bit of help. Okay. So it looks like we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Is it going to be 12? 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yep. 12 renewable stumps down here. So hardwood should not be an issue as long as we are pseudo-diligent about harvesting it. Alright. So now I'm going to turn the grid mod on. See if there's a different view that works better. Nope. Okay. So let's go down 1, 2, 3, 4. 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's see. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3. Space, space. 2, 3. Okay. I think we'll start it here. Yeah, because we're going to come in. We'll want space to walk up there. So let's put in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 5, 6, 7, 8. Maple. Alright, let's put our mahogany up here. So we'll do 2, 3. So let's start that here. 1, 5, 6, 8. Now I don't know. 1, 2, 3, 4. Probably should have left the hard one in so we could see where it will spawn. 2, 3. 1, 2. I think let's go east to west. So that was mahogany. Let's put maple in next. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Chenille. Chamazel. There we go. Alright, so we have our second generation. Oh, we have an extra mahogany seed. pine. And maybe I grabbed too many. But we have our second generation of trees in. We have the ones on our terraces for next time we really need to get the wood. And then by that time, hopefully those grow in. See, like if this seed was right here, like every other one. Actually, no, that's in a good spot. We can get a seed there, then there, there, there. Okay, we're going to leave that one because that would give us a nice even row up there. These ones in the center we'll pull out. All right, so 4 o'clock already. Tell you what, time just flies. I don't know what it is about. Maybe it's because I've been using automation mods so much that in playing this one, having to do everything manually, I feel like I'm getting less done in the amount of time that we have. Maybe that's what it is. Debbie, good to see you. How are you doing? I'm doing well tonight, my friend. Hopefully things are going well for you. So when you're not Stardew sistering it up, do you play the game just on your own? Or do you wait and just play with Dread? Okay, so here you can see that we've leveled up our skill, and now we're getting bone nodes. I don't think we ever saw any clay. I don't think we ever got a clay node down here. Oh, very cool. Well, pool day doesn't sound bad. If that doesn't scream summertime, I don't know what does. All right, well, not too bad. I think we might... we get a good spawn here tomorrow. I think we can level mining up to level 10 tomorrow. All right, so let's go ahead and hit floor 60. We're just going to chase these guys down. Our goal being to get coal and the elusive coffee bean. Can't believe the game is holding out on me this long. We've gotten 0 coffee beans. Ugh. Maybe should have cleaned out our inventory before we started this. We'll see how bad it gets. So if you play the Biting Flames, were out there where we were. I don't miss that. I was talking to somebody. Was it today or yesterday or today? I think it was today. We were talking about bugs, and that is, it's not that Arizona doesn't have bugs, but it's not like other climates, right? Like it is so much more chill here. Like mosquitoes and flies and stuff are just less prevalent for sure. So it's definitely a perk about living in the desert. We have definitely less water breeding grounds for a lot of bugs. We got a ghost fish. Nice. Alright, I don't see a... I mean, we need to level combat, but we are trying to double dip here a little bit and get the... There's only one coal guy up there. We'll just go down a level here. Now, are you... If you play on the Switch quite a bit, are you considering getting the Switch 2, or are you sticking with the... just your normal Switch? Yeah, I mean, the bugs that we do have can be a little scary. You know, we have things like black widows and things like that. Scorpions, you know, some people don't like the scorpions for sure. So, I don't know though. I've never had a huge issue with the scorpions. We get some here, but nothing. Ooh. Nothing that's horrible. We rarely get them inside the house. It happens on a rare occasion, but we do get them outside sometimes. But we don't live in a highly infested scorpion area. And scorpions are relatively territorial. They don't like to leave their general areas all that much, so it's not too bad. But yeah, your first scorpion encounter is definitely a moment. Black widows, that's a moment. Oh, for sure. Yeah, if you're in the arachnophobia group, yeah, spiders are a real thing. Oh, that's cool, Debbie. If you have a machine that does what you want it to do, there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. I don't get too hung up. A lot of people get hung up on the tech race. I have to have the latest and greatest. It's like, hey, does it do what you want it to do? Well, then you're good. Alright, 12 o'clock. Let's get ourselves home. Actually, while we're thinking about it, let's go ahead and set a couple of alarms. Let's see. It'd be 20... Is it 2200? 2200, I believe, is 10 o'clock. It's 10 o'clock. And the way this timer works, it's 1 o'clock. Go to bed. There we go. Turn that one on. Actually, 10 o'clock is probably, we're never going to do that, so do 11 o'clock. Alright, that should give us a couple of warnings. We'll see how it does. Back to the homestead. Let's see. Our fish in there. We got a fossilized leg. Okay, let's see what the old island gets today. We can give him some grapes and some winter roots. Let's see what's going to get more. The forageables. We'll keep that. We'll keep that. Forageable. Or the gems. I'm thinking forageables are going to win on number. But the gems will win on value. Generally, that's how it tends to work. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Look at that. Magic rock candy. What a score that is. We will be holding on to that for sure. Okay. So our forageables are going to get us... Oh, we already put stuff in, and I didn't pay attention to how much we started with, so we're not going to compare. But this is a double forageable night, so we hit 10 grand. What's our next thing we're saving up for? Oh, our hoe is finished as well. We should do that. Okay, so we have... Actually, this may be where all of our money is going to go. If we get all these to gold, that'll put us in a pretty good spot. So let's go ahead and get the watering can upgrading. And we're going to need 20 grand for those upgrades. Alright, I'm going to make a mod change here. Better crafting, convenient inventory. Quick stack, ignore item quality. Turn that on. Alright. There we go. Alright, let's store that. Okay, I think our choices now... Let's see... I don't know that foraging to 10 is going to be rough here. So we got a lot of fishing to do. I think we'll hit mining up to 9 pretty easily. That'll happen tomorrow. Combat needs some work. Cooking will happen. I'm not worried about cooking. So fishing is one lagging behind right now. We need to check our greenhouse tomorrow. I think we'll have some crops done that will help that. Yeah, I just don't know. Unless we start clearing our terrace tree farms, which we could. We could just bulk up on wood, but I don't think there's enough there to get us to level 10. But we are at level 9 foraging. So maybe we just need to plant some more seeds. Not sure. Actually, we could still clear. You know what? Let's finish clearing the just south of the cave as well. There's some trees down in there. Maybe we'll do that. All right, this should be a pretty good tribute night. Yep, the spirits are pleased. All right, let's take a quick break. I'll be right back. All right, welcome back, everybody. What do we got today? Friday already. We did that. Storm approaching. Neutral spirits. We have a little bit of raving to take care of. So if you're new to the channel, one of our traditions here is to rave every time we hit some kind of a milestone. We usually do it on likes. We do it on other things as well. But we have 10 likes, so every 10 likes we break out the chicken rave. So let's see the chickens, everybody. What do you got for me? Let's roll into some Emily's dance here. Are we feeling a pirate rave? Now let's save pirate for 20. If you want to see the pirate rave, you need to get us to 20 likes. But we will dance to a little Emily's dance. We miss Emily. We miss all of the townsfolk. All right, let's crank it up, my friends. Let's go full on heavy metal, rock and roll. Wake up your neighbors. Wake up your family. Everybody should chicken rave with us. Oh, hold on. Wrong one. Wrong song. There we go. Let your chicken freak flag fry. All right. Let's get back to some semblance of order here. Thank you guys so much for supporting the channel. We do appreciate it. Makes a huge difference in what we are trying to accomplish here. All right, let's pop over here and see if we have anything ready to go. There we go. So help our farming XP a little bit. I'm thinking what we might do here. Hey, we leveled farming. I like the... Let's go get some peppers. I like the regrowth crops. They're just easier to deal with, so we don't have to keep seeding stuff in. So what we'll do here is we'll grab the peppers that we have here. And let's pop up here and... start making some seeds here. And then we'll just replace out all these crops that we've grown. Probably just with some peppers. We might not go too far. We've got some blueberries actually growing, I think. Maybe we should. Before we go, I'm not going to add any more here. But blueberries, I believe. Yeah, blueberries is a good cash crop. So actually, we might end up replacing most of that with blueberries. And I think we have some blueberries out here. Let's check. Let's go ahead and put those in there. What do we have? Tomato. Tomato. Yeah, there we go. We got some blueberries. Maybe some pineapples? What's the cost on pineapples? Oh, pineapples are 28. That might be our... I mean, we've got one ancient fruit, so once it starts to mature, we'll work on that as well. Let's see, is there anything better than a pineapple? Strawberries are a 20.83. Blueberries are a 20.8. Star fruit are a 26.92. And this is just the crops, not if you make wine and stuff like that with them. 26.92. Cranberries are only an 18. Pineapples are a 28.57. Sweet gemberries are 83. But okay, I think we're going to probably put in blueberries. We'll let that grow up for now, but we'll put in blueberries and pineapples, I do believe, over there. So let's go ahead and store that. I don't think we need our hoe or our scythe. And that'll go up there. We're doing okay on food, but 10, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Yeah, our 4 crab pots are plenty. And we are actually saving up some bait, which will make fishing easier. Once we get to level 6, which we're close on, then we'll be able to get our iridium pole, which we do need to save up for. All right, 2 tasks for today. I think we will go ahead and continue. See, those were spread out too far. Let's go ahead and clear this off the path for one thing. I'd love to get like a row of trees on each side going up that path. I think that would be cool. All right, let's clear that off the stairs. Let's continue our charge here on on trying to get to level 10 on foraging. I don't think we have enough trees planted to get to level 10. But we do forage every day. So that is one that we are close enough now that our daily foraging hopefully will get us within a reasonable distance of completing that. So we'll clear what we can here. That'll also allow more trees and seeds to drop and grow. And we'll just hope this kind of self-replenishes. Because as the trees grow up, they'll drop more seeds into these nice open gaps. Like you can see there, that's a dropped seed. Because we had this all in a grid. So anything that's not in a grid has dropped out naturally. Which can sometimes be hard to get to. And if we clear this, and then we clear the lower section below the cave, I think that'll give us, conservatively, I think 3,000. I think it's killed a tree, I think. If we get to 3,000 foraging, that's over half. Alright, I'm going to leave that weed there. I also want to see if we can spread some weeds. I wouldn't mind this area getting taken over by weeds, because then we could pull them out and grab fiber as needed. Now, we did the Green Rain event, and that helped us a ton, so we're sitting okay on fiber and moss right now. But I suppose we could... Do we have the recipe for fiber seeds yet? Tree fertilizer. I would guess it would be in there, so. Wonder if we should start saving our mushrooms to make life elixirs. Yeah, I don't think we have the recipe yet. And we'll have to see if we can even get the recipe. Alright, so these are mostly the trees. So we planted all these seeds the day before the Green Rain. And so all these trees that have popped up here are mostly the ones that the Green Rain did for us. Now there's definitely, you can see it's no longer in a nice grid, right? We've got a lot of these that are in between. Those are just ones that have been dropped. So we're hoping as these grow and drop more seeds, that'll just kind of self-replenish. That's on the path. We'll take that out. Alright, over to the other side here. So same thing here. These are all trees we planted for the Green Rain event. This side did better than the other side. All in all, it's like we got a lot more trees over here that matured overnight with the Green Rain than we did on the east side, but oh, it's nice to have the magnetism. Would have sacrificed some of that wood into the water without our 2 rings. Alright, 1,300. Maybe 3,000 was a little ambitious. 2,500 halfway, I think might be doable. Maybe not. Oh, man. You know what? We'll come back to this project. Our energy is low, but we're not hungry. So let's go ahead and do a foraging run, which will also be good for, obviously, for foraging experience. See what we can find. Not a lot. But that way we'll do a nice spa day replenishment of our energy here. Soak with the fishies. All right. While we're down here, there's two things we need to do. Let's go ahead and go hit the cave for forageables and mining. And we'll pop back out and I think start to clear out that lower section there. Alright, I do think we'll start keeping mushrooms for maybe life elixirs. Alright. I'm thinking level 9 is doable in here. I see 3 diamond nodes at least. And that's going to put us close. Spawn some gold, that's nice to see. Oh yeah. We're easily going to hit level 9. Which also means we should get, again, even more valuable spawns in here. Oh, I'm digging that, a free pineapple. That'll help our crop updates. Alright, done there. 9 o'clock. Let's go ahead and see if we can clear ourselves out some area down here. I kind of like those trees along the southern edge there. So we'll leave those. Oh, did we give up our scythe? We must have. Alright. Let's use our sword for now. We won't get crazy. Alright, so we'll get maybe the east side cleared out here. Let's leave the palm for now. $11 It's trying to tell me to go home. Will we listen? Heck no. We're on a mission. Alright, I think we can get this east side clear. And then we might end up replanting this as another tree farm down here. We'll see what we have for seeds. There we go. All right. Let's head home, make our tributes to the spirits, store our stuff. It's looking like a little bit lighter tribute tonight. Okay, I think we're going to keep that and that. Couple of geodes. Keep that. And we'll keep that. Diamonds are always good. Alright, forageable tribute. 200. That tribute closer to 5,000, so that's our big tribute. I should put us pretty close though for our next set of upgrades to our watering can and to our hoe. All right, grab that. Level 7 farming. What can we make? A loom and quality retaining soil. Level 9 mining. Pickaxe proficiency. And again, the mining ones we already have. So not gonna, we won't get that again. Also, I don't think the proficiencies stack from what I can tell. Looks like it's just a, once you have those, you have them maybe. I'm not sure. All right, let's take a quick break. I'll be right back. All right, everybody, welcome back. Thanks for hanging out in our cozy corner of the YouTube universe here. All right, very first thing we're going to do is our watering can is restored. We're just going to keep the upgrade train a-rolling. So gold. Time for some gold, and then we'll just get the hoe. Then we might start working on the frying pan. We haven't needed it yet. In the Love of Cooking mod, we do need the upgraded frying pan in order to cook multi-ingredient food. Right now we cannot do that. Let's see. Yeah, nothing I'm worried about there. Okay, so let's go ahead and grab this stuff and I'll show you. So right now the only thing we've been cooking, we set this to... so you notice there's these cooking slots, and our pan only allows us to do a single ingredient food here, right? I don't know if we had the other one, if we could slot all these in and it would cook it, or if it's just for foods that take multiple ingredients. So I'll have to experiment with that a little bit. So we will probably start upgrading our frying pan once we get our watering can and our hoe done. At least to gold. Iridium is obviously on the list. But that's why I think also we'll leave the cave in a level 10 section so that we can start pulling iridium ore as well. Okay, did we forget to put bait in those last time? We may have. Oh, no worries, Nancy. No worries. I know that... I mean, I check Discord every day. Although I'll admit, I have 3 different Discord accounts, so I don't get to all of them every day. I try to get the Deconstruction Gaming one every day. Well, let's take a peek here. Holy cow. Those are huge. I'm going to have to look into that one. So what's the... Like, can you just load those things up with huge amounts? I mean, how do they compare, like, compared to, like, the heavy furnace? Can you just do bigger and bigger batches? Ah, so you did acquire your centerpiece. Congratulations. That's a good acquisition, my friend. Alright. One day. Alright. Let's knock ourselves out. Actually, how much cooking experience do we get? I think we leveled cooking. Nice. Level 5 cooking. We're going to get to pick something. I have no idea what. Alright, I think I am going to clear all this, though, and turn it into a pineapple farm. Let's see. Let's see if it tells us. So we've got sous chef or quick eater. It doesn't really give us any details on. Oh, here they are. Sous chef. Seasoning further improves the quality of recipes. Quick eater. Food restores your energy more quickly. Okay, that's interesting. It doesn't tell us what these are yet. So I wonder if that's dynamic. Once we get this, I wonder if it opens these up because they're locked. Like I said, this is one of the best implementations of this menu system that I've seen. Add new seasoning items to improve the quality of cooked food. Season are unlocked from reaching cooking milestones. Consumed automatically. Okay, I have no idea how to do that. And we might not be able to do it. Again, because we don't have access to a lot of things. We'll have to wait and see. Okay. Let's start putting mushrooms in here, because they will become life elixirs. I don't see any pineapples in there, so we'll stick them in there for right now. Anything else done out here? Tomatoes. When are our blueberries done? Actually, I don't think I'm going to plant the blueberries. That was my original plan. We get a melon. Alright, we're going to have to clean this out, though. Alright, let's talk a little bit about what skill would make sense for us to acquire the hopper recipe. We got farming, fishing, foraging, mining, combat, luck, and cooking. Luck and cooking don't make any sense. Combat doesn't make any sense. Mining is kind of our industrial skill set. You could make a case of mining and construction go together. Foraging, fishing, cook. Yeah, it might be mining, which in that case, we're almost to hit level 20 in mining. So how about that for our milestone? Level 20 in mining will allow us to get the hopper recipe. And then we can start very, very light amounts of automation. Nothing like automate, but at least have a situation where we can queue things up. Oh, very cool. I appreciate it. Yeah, I try to check Nexus every day or so and just see what new mods are out there. Honestly, I could easily do a daily mod review. There's always something new popping up there that looks interesting. I don't know if I would use them all for complete playthroughs. I saw one a couple days ago that somebody built a farming map, and I don't know if it's to scale because I haven't installed it. But essentially, they rebuilt Pelican Town, and it looks to scale. So your farm is essentially Pelican Town. And so if you wanted to create a rival town right next to Pelican Town, you kind of could. I think if you combined that with, I've seen mods to open up like wine shops, breweries, like different, almost feels like businesses. I think if you combine the Pelican Town map with that, that could be an intriguing playthrough. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I want to start doing just video versions. Like, we've done them on the live stream before. But video versions of mod reviews might be worth doing. They'd be shorter. Not like our deep dives that we've done in the past. Those are pretty intense. I don't think everybody wants that, but... Yeah, see, look at all the trees that kind of packed into here, right? Alright, I think we could get to halfway through. Yeah, it's interesting. Now, the map is blank. It doesn't have all the buildings. It just has the places where the buildings would be. So, I think your house basically sits... Like, sits where, like, Pierre's shop and Harvey's clinic is where your house sits. And then all the other places where buildings are just empty. So you could put stuff there. And much to maybe Dread's delight, the mod author even takes a shot at Clint in the description of the mod, which is kind of funny. Okay, phase 1 of our foraging. 22:27, not too bad. Let's go to phase 2. See, this is the advantage of leaving this open, though. Oh, we didn't grab our... We didn't grab our scythe to clear this grass, so we'll do that some other time. Alright, I don't think this one needs to be here. Let's take this one out. But yeah, there are just so many mods out there that you could spend a lifetime trying to play them all, I think. Alright, so these mahogany trees, like I said, I think I'm going to leave right along that bottom edge. I like the way they look. We're going to keep the palm trees kind of on the beach, I think. So we'll clear those out from here. Alright, 2370. We are within striking range of halfway. Hey, look, a stump. Now, that one I don't believe is a renewable. I think it's just from the original spawn of the map. And we've just never, ever cleared this out, so... Okay, let's see. Yeah, I think the grass palm trees are going to go. Beach palm trees stay, grass palm trees go. I would like our pathing to start to become a little bit nicer. And we might have to figure out what we want to do for our pathing along the beach. Or do we want to keep the beach kind of just raw and wild? Boink, boink, boink. Well, I hope are you feeling better, Nancy? I think I might have asked that, but hopefully you have recovered. Yeah, okay, these 4 look to be like originally put in a pattern, so let's leave those for right now. We'll clear these some off the path, though. I'm kind of similar. Like, I'm not going to log in and complain to somebody who built something for free that I have used, right? Like, oh, these 2 look to be probably part of the original as well, but we cleared the west side, so we'll clear the east side here as well. We have plenty of palm trees. Now, do you actually put in, like, comments? Do you, like, comment on their mod page? Oh, that's good. That's good. Because I don't do that very often. I'll hit the endorse button. I'll give them an endorsement that hopefully helps their stuff. All right, so up here, one, two, three. So that's probably an original. I'd rather have one there and there. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Actually, that one's an original as well. So I'm not sure. Not sure what we're going to do there. We'll wait and see. Hopefully we'll get some spread there. That would be nice. Right now we're still going to grab these. I believe the palm trees that have grown. Just so they'll drop more. And then, I think, again, as much as my symmetry brain wants everything to be nice and symmetrical, I think this is more accurate to how they would grow in the wild. So we'll just kind of let this be for now. We don't want to completely let them grow in, because we do want them to drop so that we can get the coconuts. The coconuts are a great tribute item. They're 100 apiece. Not as good as the gems though, so maybe the coconut tributes will have to slow down, but I think it gives it a nice general feel, so we'll leave it for now. Alright, let's see. Moss. We'll check our wood supplies, but I bet you we have 3,000 or 4,000 wood right now. Oh, this is looking to be a solid spawn. Alright, what are we at? Like, we probably started that at about 600. We'll call it 600. Because that'll make the math easier to do in my head. Well, you might be able to get to 3,000. I'm seeing a lot of diamonds. Diamonds give us good XP. That was 80. Couple of 6s in there. See, now we're getting cinder shards again, because we got to level 9. So I think we will park this at level 10 for a while. We're already on our second time through mining, which means the other skills need to catch up. So we will give up some experience gain, because we are still going to come down here and mine for the money. But we will be capped. Prismatic. Nope. And we do theoretically can go to the Skull Cavern. And so we're kind of waiting for our prismatic drop so we can hopefully get a galaxy sword to make that move. I'm not feeling like I want to go do that with our current gear. And I do have the Skull Cavern elevator installed on this playthrough. My reasoning being the mines that we're accessing are not the original town mines, right? These are our private, like this is literally, we built the infrastructure of the island here. So we would have control over how it works. And we would logically actually probably put in an ability to get through the mines and stuff like that. Okay, let's see what the spirits are going to get today. They're going to get, holy cow, 30 coconuts. I will cook that. That goes into storage. Crack that open. Forage might win today. With 30 coconuts, that's a big deal. I wonder if we can make anything with the coconuts. I don't think so. We should check that. If we can make something with the coconuts... Oh, what's that? Book of Mysteries. You have a slightly greater chance of finding mystery boxes. We could sell it for 3,000. Let's see. Can we make anything with coconuts? Nope. Doesn't look like it. Alright. Tribute it is. Okay, let's see. The forage tribute is 3,400 today. So unless that gets to 6,800, oh, still 10,000. So the gemstone still won, even with a huge showing of the coconuts. They did their best to bring that number up, but alas, we're unable to compete with the gemstones. Alright, we might as well get a little cooking XP going here. We're not going to level or anything, but we did get to level 5. So that means we should get, we should have attributed those, but let's get to sleep. Alright, let's see what this cooking leveling is. Sous Chef. Seasoning further improves the quality of recipes. There's a whole seasoning system here that we haven't really found yet. Let's see if the mod page has anything here. Or Quick Eater. Food restores your energy more quickly. That's probably the one that we're going to take. But again, I think we can go through this one twice as well. Although we will select as if we cannot. But I'm pretty sure we can, because it is linked to the Space Core skill system, and it should work. Let's see. New cooking skill, new recipes. Add tool progression to the cooking menu. Unlock seasoning items. Buy mail when reaching cooking milestones. Improves the quality of any dish by a little, depending on the seasoning. A simple seasoning, earn the cook achievement. Super seasoning, earn the sous chef achievement. Key seasoning, complete keys challenge. Well, or Chi, or Qui, or whoever he is. Okay, we'll have to play around with that a little bit, but I don't think we're going to worry about this seasoning quite yet. So let's go with Quick Eater. I do like the heal in energy over time, but having it act a little faster, I think would be a good thing. So we'll go with that. All right, another 10 grand. We'll take a quick break. Oh, let me catch up. Since it can handle more. Oh, the hay shelter sounds good. Yeah. 240 is a pretty limited number. especially if you have lots and lots of animals. Yeah, that's not bad as far as the build price on that. Okay, let's take a quick break. We'll be right back. All right, welcome back, everybody. Appreciate you hanging out with us tonight. Another rainy day. Neutral spirits. Okay, we haven't had a negative one in a while, so maybe that luck buff is... Oh, we got pancakes. Nice. Maybe that luck buff is finally kicking in. I'm not sure. Get our bait. There we go. Get our fish. It's going to help our XP a little bit, and then we'll get rhubarb next. And then I think we need to start seeding up pineapples, but we only have one right now. Let's see, let's pull that out. Oh man, I feel like we need to start selling some of this stuff as well. Let's see. Let's do this. We're going to keep most of this, I think, just for seeds anyway. So we'll sell the high quality stuff for money. We'll keep 10-ish of some of the low quality stuff. Actually, we don't have a ton of radishes, but tomatoes we'll get more of. We've got some repeating tomatoes going on. Grapes we'll get plenty of. Peppers we'll get plenty of. Keep the melon. Okay. Let's go ahead and see how the spirits feel about this. Keep that. we put this work in, we might as well reap the rewards. All the spirits are happy, the spirits are pleased. 18,799. Alright, we'll start storing that again for sashimi making. Actually, if you delete this stuff, you probably get a percentage of it, right? Maybe that's what we end up doing. Oh, we have blueberries now. We'll keep the second melon. Let me... Yeah, let's just keep those in there. What's the first growth on blueberries? 13 days. That's a long growth cycle. It's like, do we plant them? I guess they don't cost us anything. So I suppose we could plant blueberries and just let them grow until we can replace them with pineapples. So I think pineapple is going to be our cash crop. Kind of, funnily enough, fits island living, right? So we'll go ahead and drop our blueberries in here. Because we might as well grow something. It's going to take us a while to expand our pineapples, right? We have to get them to grow, and then we have to harvest them. We have to seed them and slowly expand that. So we'll go ahead and put blueberries in for now. We have 10 days, so we have ancient fruit. Oh, we have pineapples over here too. That's nice. Okay, that's going to help. And then I think we'll probably maybe pull... maybe the green beans and grapes out as well and turn them into pineapples at some point. Okay, I think we've done about all we can in foraging. Outside of, I mean, it's all we can for grinding foraging anyway. There's our watering can. Watering can's not done yet. I think level 10 foraging seems reasonable for us to get the upgraded scythe. So normally you get the upgraded scythe in the quarry. We don't have access to the quarry. You know what, for right now, I think we're going to... well, that was a little aggressive, but... I think we'll leave some grass here and see if it grows. It should spread like it does anywhere else. So. Alright, so 1, 2, 3. we go. Clear it off the path. I do like this configuration. We might actually incorporate that into some decorations at some point. Alright, good enough. So yeah, that's still being upgraded. Alright, let's drop into the cave. Our energy's looking good. I'll tell you what, the scythe uses up hunger. I think faster than any other. Maybe it's just because you swing it so many more times to get stuff done. That might be part of it. So I think I said it in the last stream. I think we're going to slowly turn the cave here into our ancient fruit. We're going to say that, you know what, there's something special about this cave that makes it want to grow those magical ancient fruits. And then we'll slowly turn that into our cash crop for that. All right, we're at 3333. Let's see how far we can go. Well, you can see a lot more gemstones. I see 2 anyway of the little swirly stones. I think there's a low chance that those will drop a prismatic shard, which we have not seen yet. We got our ancient fruit from just a random seed making, which is a possibility. So that wasn't anything that we harvested up or anything. How did we not harvest that one? Jeez. Oh, look at the diamonds. Diamonds are good for both XP. Oh yeah, we're going to blow past. Okay, we're level 10. So now we're going to go into a period of wasted XP. But our mining is already hit level 10 twice. And no other skill has hit level 10 once. So I think we can waste XP. And we're going to leave ourselves capped at 10 for a while. Because it should spawn the best stuff down here. We should get iridium, radioactive ore, and stuff like that. And by doing that, hopefully we can make some money and get some items that we're hoping to get. So I'm curious. How is our energy so high? Maybe we just ate a lot. Let's go down and see what's happened with our area down here. Alright, so we have our stumps, our hardwood stumps. Our trees are in different stages of growth. I see that we're missing an oak tree. Somehow. Well, I don't have an acorn, so we'll have to remember to bring one down here. Maybe lightning hit it? That's a possibility. Can't imagine I would have missed that. So I'm thinking that might be a lightning strike. Which means we should maybe consider iron bar, refined quartz, and bat wings. Alright, we can start saving our bat wings. Maybe make some lightning rods. We've been tributing our bat wings, so. Is there something there? It seems like you'd be able to get through there, but evidently not. All right. Okay, let's leave that clump of grass there and see what happens to it as well. I do wish you could plant the coconuts as a seed, though. And then we could make a pretty cool set of trees and stuff like that. But that's okay. Alright, foraging wise, we're over 3,000 now. Alright, nothing's growing there. Let's take that out while it's still a seed. That way we won't get blocked from getting access over there. Alright, is this in the correct grid? Nope. Out you go. Anything going on up here? Got a tree. All right. Let's store some stuff and then maybe get some fishing going. Forageable, 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 forageable. Now I believe the new skill mod also, as you forage things, you're supposed to start getting higher quality ones. So it works a little bit different. Maybe that's when you get the replacement for botanist, because that is a little bit different in this mod. Alright, well, forageables definitely aren't going to keep up with our... Alright, we're up to 26,000 for today. Could consider maybe even some higher end upgrades. Potentially. Alright, let us go ahead and get some fishing in. This seems as good a place as any. I see a mussel there. Although I can't see my cast bar very well, so we might move a little bit here. Bat wings. We haven't fished in a while. Been neglecting our fishing. Alright, we're getting a lot more clothing. So I think that change that we made... Let's see. So we've had the hat, shirt, pants, boots on for the whole time. But I think they're probably considered basic objects. So when this was off, we weren't getting any. And now that it's on, it opens those up. And then you can control how much they drop. We'll leave it as is for now. Again, cooking. Okay, as an experiment, let's just go ahead and turn those up as well. And this is things like kegs and stuff like that. I think they should be rarer, so we'll leave that down. I want to see what cooking and fish gives us. If it's just food and fish, the fish one might be kind of nice because there are going to be fish we can't fish up. And if it gives us the other kinds of fish, that could be an interesting way to get fish that we don't have access to. So we'll do an experiment there. A little bit of learning about the mod. But we need to get ourselves up to level 6 here. Because then we can get our iridium fishing pole. And now we can start using bait. Because we're making bait. And I don't know if we've got the recipes for tackle yet. Do those come with fishing? I think they might. So we can start considering making our own tackle. Making our lives a little bit easier. Although fishing hasn't been overly hard, per se. I was a little late on that one. Alright, symmetry is something I value. So we're going to make a little bit of a change here. Wood and iron. Ooh, we're going to have to start cranking through some furnace stuff here again. So how much wood did we end up collecting? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,000. Yeah. Alright, so I'm going to craft one more crab pot and hopefully this works. So we have here a seasonal plant. Oh, we have a bunch of clothing down on the beach. We either need to get a dresser or we need to just start selling some of this clothing. Where should we put it for right now? I don't think we can. I don't think this isn't a dresser, is it? No, it's just a bookcase. Okay, so for right now, we're just going to call that a dresser. And that's for saving for making some lightning rods. Time to hit the sack, Jack. Level 10 mining. Okay, so what did we pick last time? Crap. I should have looked that up right before we did this. I'm sure it will come to me as soon as I open this up. Walk of life. So mining we've got miner and no, we picked blaster. So the first time we picked miner and prospector. So this time we picked blaster. So then we've got demolitionist, explosive radius +1, 50% chance to yield additional resources from exploded rocks. Or gemologist, chance for gems to appear in pairs. The quality of mined gemstones increases as new mineral varieties are uncovered. I say gemologist. That'll give us some money. That's probably why we picked this route. So let's go ahead and pick that one. All right, 26,000. Not too bad. We sold all that food, which made a huge difference. All right, let's take a quick break. We'll be right back. All right, welcome back. So that's 1 week, and again, it's only 11, so we're going to keep rolling. For whatever reason in this playthrough, I am spending a lot more time in activities, doing things. We're not doing, I think, events, and it's just making the time go by so much quicker, so... All right, looks like iron is our most needed resource here. So let's get those cranking. All right. So if I've calculated this correctly, I should be able to put one right there. And now we've got a very symmetrical setup, which makes my brain feel good. All right. You need to go. You don't belong in front of the door. It doesn't make sense. No one would plant a tree right in front of their door. All right, rhubarb are giving us 26 apiece. Not going to be enough to level, I don't think, here, but... definitely helped. We got grapes and green beans. Pineapples are 7 days out. 5, 6. So that's going to be the next stream. We'll maybe hopefully be able to expand this pineapple section. Guess the question is, do we want to put in more blueberries or just wait for the pineapples? We should put something in there. We need the XP. Like having blank places, definitely not helping our XP. You know what? Let's do... Oops. Let's do a set of iridium there. Alright, we should probably save some rhubarb, I'm gonna guess. What do we have in here? Any? Nope. We'll save those 9. Oh, I see pineapples. Oh, that's awesome. Okay, that's gonna help a ton. Nice, nice, nice. Oh, beautiful. Another one. Oh, I'm so excited. Just can't hide it. This is exactly what we needed. Alright. Let's see, while those are cooking... Alright. We're going to sacrifice you. And I know it's a little wasteful, but this is going to be permanent for a while. So let's start again. We probably could have went up, but we'll just start filling that in. We'll leave the peppers for now. Okay, that makes me happy. That's getting close. Feeling good about that. Again, maybe a little wasteful, but that's okay. Well, I think we need gold for our next upgrades. Yep, trash can and frying pan we'll start working on later, but okay, I think we can get back to the caves. Or the mines, not just our cave mine, but I think we are going to go after coal and coffee. Seems reasonable, right? Coal and coffee. That's what I should have put on the thumbnail. Think that would have excited people. Alright, so I think we stuck, yeah, a whole bunch of clothing in here. So we'll take that back to the house. It's been interesting building thumbnails for this playthrough. Because it's... like, a lot of times in the thumbnail, I can put the event we're going to go to, or, you know, some element, some different area. We're going to the desert or something like that. And this one is always the same island. The island might change a little bit, but it's always the same island. All right, I'm kind of liking our orange geese so far, so we'll stick with that. Oh, something else I didn't consider. Things like the movement books from the bookseller. Are we going to be able to acquire those? I think we could make a reasonable linkage to foraging for a book upgrade. There we go. Look at that. We've got iridium. We've got radioactive. And again, we're going to give up XP here because we're not going to earn anything because we are capped out. But that's okay. We want the resource here for a little while. Once we reset it back to another run through, it resets the thing back to copper. Which is fine, but I'd like to collect some of these resources for a while. Because right now, theoretically, we have no way of getting radioactive ore except for here. Because we can't get the mines into dangerous mode. We can't run the missions to do that, so this might be our sole source of radioactive. So we'll go ahead and collect it. We're also getting cinder shards here, which is nice. Can't think of any other mining thing that we would need. We're getting iridium, radioactive, and cinder shards. Dragon teeth. I don't know if dragon teeth would ever spawn down here. So if we're going to need those for anything, that could be an issue. Come on, prismatic. Denied. Do we take the... Let's risk it. I don't want to run all the way home. You know what? Let's just do this. We will just dump all this stuff in here. That way we won't run out of inventory space in the mines. And then when we leave, we can grab what we can carry. Alright, back to 60. Back to looking for coal sprites for coal and coffee. And I suppose we can collect some bat wings as well. Got the coal. Now we need the coffee. Well, I guess we're gonna get some bat wings if we stick this out. We will eventually hit the Mastery Cave, although that's going to slow us down for some items. Because if we're going to go through every profession 4 times, we have to do that before we hit the mastery cave. So it's kind of like this weird... We'll have done more than enough XP to have everything mastered. But because we're doing everything so many times, we won't even have the mastery perks. So that'll be a little bit of a difference in play. We won't get the... So for instance, the mini forage, right? And the anvil and things like that that we would use to upgrade our gear are a long ways off for us. Because they're locked behind the... Hey, summer squash seeds. They're locked behind the mastery items, which we have on delay right now. Because once you, in this new mod, once you master a profession, you can't reset it anymore and do the multiple run-throughs. So you kind of have to make a decision. It's like, do you want to move on to mastery? Or do you want to continue to stack up the professions? And our plan is to stack up the professions. So it is going to delay mastery by quite a while. So it means we can't re-roll our trinkets. A lot of the stuff that, honestly, we probably wouldn't have done by this point in the game. We're still only in the, what, 3rd week of summer in year 1, so... I can confidently and repeatably get the community center or Joja run done by first day of winter, right? Which means we would have accessed the desert probably by end of summer, beginning of fall. And then Ginger Island by end of fall, beginning of winter as well. Alright, so far we've been bouncing around on our thirst. We haven't had to drink water. But we're probably getting close to having to down a water. Now the water will completely fill up our thirst, so we've been kind of holding off. Our food is pretty high. Let's go ahead and... Water's cheap. Stay hydrated. It'll also give us an energy buff. Plus 25 max energy. See, we got our parrot gave us 250 gold there, or 250 favor to the spirits. We do appreciate the island spirits for providing for our existence. Now we're not going to take the quick exit here. We are no longer trying to get to the bottom. Now we're just farming resources and combat XP. Hey, Nancy, have a great one. Yeah, you're still over there on that East Coast time. Living the night owl existence with Lydia. But it'll be good to get you back on the West Coast. Always appreciate you. Have a wonderful night, Nancy. You're getting closer to the right time zone. $12 o'clock. Alright, this might be about our last level. We'll go ahead and clear it, and And then we'll pop home. Combat XP at 6. Combat and fishing might be our next ones we really need to spend some time working on. All right, let's see. Let's obviously grab the expensive good stuff first. Leave the forageables. Oh, we got plenty of room. We're good. Look at that. 1 o'clock. Run, little man, run. Oh, having this cleared out definitely makes this trip a little quicker, though. That's kind of nice. I do wish there was some kind of a cheat, not cheat, but some kind of a way to get up from that bottom section, like through the center. Okay, what do we still need the most of? Let's say iron. All right, we have our first iridium bars. We'll hold on to those for now. All right, let's see. Oh, look at that. We have a gold level frozen tier. That's interesting. Do we need those for anything? Warrior ring. Yeah, I'm good with that. Our minerals and geodes. Oh, and we got silver level diamonds. So that must be that gemologist. As we harvest more of this stuff, I believe. Yeah, I think our gemologist skill is now raising the quality. Which means, what is the difference between a diamond at 750? Holy cow, a silver diamond's 937. That's a nice upgrade. I don't know what a normal amethyst is, but... Okay, well that's kind of cool. That's going to help our tributes quite a bit. Rice pudding. A warp totem to a place that we can't get to. And some mixed seeds. That's nice to pick up some more mixed seeds. We're going to need those for the fall, I think. Alright, that'll all get stored. Another 10,000. 10,000 a night is pretty decent. It's kind of what we're hitting right now. All right. Off to bed we go. Decent sales. We'll take a quick break. I'll be right back. Welcome back, welcome back. Thank you guys for hanging out with us tonight. I always appreciate the time that you spend with us. It means a ton. Alright, well we got, again, I don't know how much that luck buff is actually making a difference, but technically we have one. Okay, I kind of like our little route we've got going here now. It works. Oh, I think we're gonna level farming here. It's only 9 apiece. It's gonna be really close. And we're gonna come up just short. Yep, just short. 2086. Let's see, 6 days. Grapes, 2 days, 2 days. Yeah, we'll level this week though. So that'll be good. Alright, let's see. I think we can sell those off. Sell those. Sell those. So the reason I'm keeping each of these is we can make them into seeds. Now eventually I might just seed them out and keep them as seeds. Right now that's would be a little bit of a pain in the butt to do. Okay, we don't have our hoe available. So let's just go ahead and plant that there, and that there. So the major goal... Hey Matt, welcome to the stream. Did the bot not say hi to you? Hey, what are you doing? Or you might have... Maybe you posted something earlier? Okay, I'm not sure. Anyway, so because we're not going to be able to do the community center, we're not going to be able to do the Joja route, our biggest goal is linked to this skill system. So we downloaded a mod, it's called Walk of Life, and what it does is it changes some of these. So mining is the one we've done this on. We went all the way to level 10, and we chose the miner and prospector. Then we reset it back to 0. Went all the way to level 10 again, and we chose Blaster and Gemologist. Now, there's still the 2 level 5s and the 4 level 10s, so eventually we're going to reset this again and go through it again to get the second miner special, or second miner level 10 skill. We'll reset it again, we'll go all the way through, and we'll get the second Blaster level 10 skill. I want to do that for all of the skills. Then at that point, this mod then has a level 15 mastery and a level 20 mastery, I believe. And then it's got like a specialization system after that. I think success of being self-sufficient on the island is maximizing all of our skills to the very top. So that's one of the major goals, is to have that in place. Other goals will be just to, you know, build the island infrastructure up so that, you know, we're no longer feel like we're stranded. We feel like we're thriving. So that one's, yeah. Foraging's, although we're almost to level 10 the first time on foraging. Now we've already clear cut all the trees, so we're going to have to keep planting trees. Now, something that the mod does do is the second time through, it's easier. So if we look here, it has, let's see, that's limit breaks, prestige professions. That's not what we're looking for. Okay. So, and I left all this as default, but they have this section, skill experience multiplier per reset. A multiplier applied to the skills experience gain after each reset. This can make it permanently easier or harder to level up thereafter. So I'm not sure if it adds it every time, but we get a 25% boost in our XP when you go through it the second time. I'm going to assume that applies for the third time and the fourth time. So each time through will get easier. So for instance, we flew through, like if you look at this, we hit level 10 mining, reset this to 0. And I think in one day made it to level 4 just because we're just grinding out so much XP so much faster. So that should make it reasonable. Now also we do have 2 added skills here, cooking and luck. They don't have the prestige professions and things like that, but I think we can go through them multiple times because all of these mods use a skill system called the Space Core, and they should be able to talk to each other. So that's what we're kind of working on there. I do need to work out what we're going to do for all of our missing star drops, but it hasn't become a huge issue. Fishing right now is going kind of slow because I've been ignoring it. Farming's going okay. Foraging though, yeah, we're close. We're close on foraging. We need, what's that? 1626 on foraging. Now, we are kind of at a lull right now because I think I'm pretty sure I've cut every tree down on the island. We have trees planted here. We have trees planted down here. But again, there's forageables that hit, well, I guess we haven't cut all the palm trees down, but I want to leave those. But we also get forageables everywhere as we go through stuff as well. So, all right, we are still drastically in the need of coal. I don't want to convert wood to coal if I can help it, but we might have to. Those can be sold. And we'll put our clam in there. How are we on food? 64 food. We're okay, and we've got 19 more there, so that'll be all right. But by and large, actually, we're doing pretty well. There we go. We harvested out here, so we were able to get our farming. Jeez, words were escaping me there. So we leveled farming as well. I mean, all in all, we're doing okay. If you think about it, we are just starting the 3rd week of summer, and we have mastered mining twice, which is insane. We're almost a master foraging. We're close on farming. Yeah, we're doing quite well. No complaints. Okay, we need to get ourselves, I believe, an acorn. Almost sure we were missing an acorn. Yeah, I think we're doing all right. We have gone from when we first started this to basically just hoping we didn't starve and, you know, die of exhaustion from thirst to getting through stuff relatively quickly. Now, my next sub goal that I really want to get is I would like to find a coffee bean, because our speed is killing us. I'm so like slow walking around is driving me a little nuts. So it would be nice to get a coffee system going. Okay, we got grass that grew. Okay, so there's our missing tree, which I think got hit by lightning. And I guess if we really wanted to, this gives us decent foraging experience. How much do we get? That's 25 a pop. So that's 50, 100, or sorry, 75. That would be 100. 125. I feel like I need to plant more trees down here, though. I think we'll do that tomorrow. Before the stumps grow back. Or these stumps will all come back. These are replenishable daily. Kind of like the secret woods. So I think tomorrow we'll bring seeds down here. And we will, I think, add some more rows of trees. I think we're just going to turn this into a tree grove for right now. So we have all 4 varieties of trees growing in down here. Be careful not to kill our trees, because I think we can knock those out. But oh, I don't have my hoe. I do not. That's one of the first artifact spots I've seen. Yeah, so let me double check. But my understanding is there's a profession change, skill reset. There's prestige professions. So if enabled, so let's make sure we've enabled it. We haven't hit it yet, but I'm pretty sure we did. Let's see, skill settings. Enable skill reset. Nothing in there. What about mastery settings? Enable limit break. Oh, so it's got a special combat thing linked to it as well. Gain factor, drain factor. There it is. Prestige profession. So, if enabled, mastering a skill will also unlock its progression up to level 20, allowing you to continue to develop your tool proficiency, max health, and other stats. Some more perks of gaining additional levels include better odds of higher quality crops, fishes, forage, a larger fishing bar, more berries per bush, longer lasting limit breaks, yada yada yada. You may choose only one prestige profession per skill. If you cannot reset to acquire more than one. You also choose among those you've already have the base version. So my understanding of the way this works is your prestige profession is when you go into mastery mode, I think you pick one of these skills and then level it up to level 20 and it gives you those perks. That's my understanding of it. Again, it's new for me, so I'm still trying to figure things out, but it's kind of fun. In a weird way, it's changing the game to be not 100% like the first time you play, right? But it's adding things that's like, I don't know 100% how this part of the game works. And in that, you get to kind of explore it, figure it out. Same with the cooking skill that we added. Right, we added a cooking skill called Love of Cooking, and it has its whole own skill system and unlockables and skill professions and that kind of stuff as well. Also changed, I think it's this one, yeah. I changed it so food heals over time. So if we look down here, if I eat, you're going to see this bar pop up. And now my energy is slowly regaining and my health will slowly regain as opposed to it being instantaneous. So it kind of changes that up a little bit. And then obviously we have our hunger and thirst bars down here, which changed the game as well. Yeah, the cooking mod is cool. And the cooking interface. When we get back to the farm, we will cook up some fish, and I'll show you the interface as well. It's really cool. It allows you to do batch cooking as well, which is kind of nice. But like here, again, more forageables. So we're about to hit level 10. And on that one, I think we will skill reset. Now, right now, you'll notice that my mining skill is capped out. And I'm not resetting it a second time because when I reset it, it's a separate mod. So this farm populates this little cave quarry here for me based off of my mining skill. So right now I'm leaving myself at level 10 for a while to get iridium ore, radioactive ore, and higher level stuff. If I reset it back to 0, we'll start getting copper and things again. So I want to leave that alone for right now. Just so that we can get some resources and things. So we're not gaining skill in mining right now. But again, I've done that through 10 levels twice already, and not one other skill have I made it to level 10. So we really need to spend our time on the other skills anyway. See if we can get some combat skill here. And we're doing these levels. 1, I love them. I love these ice levels. But 2, I want the coal spirits coal sprites to give us some coal. And we're hoping for a coffee drop. If I can get a coffee drop, then we'll get a coffee thing going. And that makes me happy. I like the coffee. It's a good cash crop. Or if you turn it into coffee, it sells well. But also, you can drink the coffee, obviously, and get the speed boost every day. Coffee and crab cakes. Alright, we need to get ourselves into a better combat position here. Did that slime run away? It's kind of funny. And then, like I said, there it is. Woohoo! We got our coffee bean. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right. So I think, we've been debating on activating the normal greenhouse. I don't know what the criteria I should use to activate the greenhouse should be. I think the closest thing we have to like an industrial skill is mining. And we've gone through mining twice, so I think you could make the case that we've unlocked stuff for mining. Could make a case on farming. Okay, let's be careful. Let's not get ourselves in the middle of a bunch of slimes there. But what I'd like to do is set the normal greenhouse up as our coffee thing. So maybe we do that. Let's see. I'm going to take a look at the wiki. What is the greenhouse unlock? Let's find something equivalent. Because I don't want to just turn it on for free. Right? Fruit trees. Okay, we need to... Actually, let's do bundles. What's in the bundles? Crafts room. That's the quarry. Pantry is the greenhouse. So parsnips, green beans, cauliflower, potatoes. We've actually shipped all of those. Tomato, hot pepper, blueberry, and melon. I think we've shipped all or most of those. Corn, eggplant, pumpkin, and yam we haven't done because that's fall crops. Quality crops, I don't know. We probably haven't shipped all of those. Animal bundles we haven't touched. artisan stuff we haven't touched. But again, we haven't been trying for bundles, which is kind of a... Okay, what about the Joja route? Where would it be listed under? Player, Joja Corp, Community Center, Warehouse, Development Forum. That's what we're looking for. The greenhouse is 35,000. Yeah, my gut is to link it to skill. That makes the most sense to me. And we can't build it with the community center or whatever, but we do have a menu that I can just turn it on, which I guess is okay. Like I said, my original plan was to link it to the mining skill, because that's the closest thing I have to like a building skill, right? So I'm thinking we may activate the greenhouse. How are we doing on coal? Still not getting tons of coal. We need a... really need a more reliable coal source. Yeah, that's one thing I don't think we've seen in our little cave quarry. I can't remember seeing any coal nodes. That would help. The quarry's nice for getting coal. You get coal nodes down there. In our last playthrough, we had a coal trinket that just gave us coal like nobody's business, but I did not turn those on for this playthrough. All right. Boink, boink, boink. All right, 820. I'm thinking... we head back... and let's work on the greenhouse. Let's see. No, it's not in any kind of alignment that will work. Not that I would leave it there anyway, but... Alright, well first off, let's store our stuff here. Alright, what do we have left? Don't lose that. That's a tribute. That's for storage. Tribute. 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 Yeah, see, we're starting to get higher levels. So Gemologist is now leveling up our gems, which is kind of cool. All right, that's a tribute. That goes to storage. That goes to storage. Boop, 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 boop. Okay, so I think we're going to say that the greenhouse is done. Let's grab. All right, we're at 40 there. We'll try to get all these to 50. And then we'll probably slow down a little bit. All right, we're going to pop inside here. Oh, let me show you the cooking mod. Hold on, we got to skip a... Oh, maybe not. Okay, let's grab... Alright, so when we go to cook here, it brings up a whole different interface. Like, you can filter your recipes. You know, this is stuff ready to cook. You can have favorites, things that buff you, new recipes and things like that. You can pull from your backpack or the fridge, obviously. Then when you pull this up, it'll give you cooking slots. You have to upgrade your pan to get more cooking slots. I've got this set to auto add the ingredients, so the mussels go in here, and then I can choose how many I want to make. Like, we'll make the whole batch of 10 here, and then I cook it, and there we go. So that's the little bit different interface there. All right, we need to grab... What do we need to grab? Refined quartz, iron, and gold, I believe. Iron, gold, refined quartz. Yeah. Oh, we don't have our hoe. Alright, we can't do this till tomorrow anyway, but let's go check. Alright, the greenhouse is active. It's just a standard greenhouse, nothing crazy here. 3, 2, 3. Alright, well, we'll plop that down and we'll plant our coffee bean tomorrow. Because right now, we don't have our hoe because it's being upgraded. Oh, right. Alright, let's get one more round of stuff going in here. Okay, we need 3 iron. Might as well do that. Let's keep a hold of that for right now. And then the rest will do gold. So 1, 2, 3. Iridium. Drop gold. All right, let's go ahead and make a tribute to the island spirits to thank them for their benevolence and bounty that they provide for us. Yeah, 9864, a little below our 10,000 number we usually get, but not too bad. Level 8 farming. We can make kegs, oil makers, deluxe speed grow. It's nice to get a new skill. All right, let's go ahead and take a quick break. We'll be right back. All right. Welcome back. Thank you guys for hanging out with me. I appreciate it. Let's see. Good humor. There we go. I do believe we now have gold level on all of our tools. That's what I was expecting. That's the greenhouse cutscene. Oops, that's not what I meant to do. There we go. What's this nonsense? Rocks and sticks on my beach here? We can't be having that. One day and... one day's... Alright, we'll keep those... try to get them in sync with each other. Alright. I'm pretty sure... let's get all of our tools. Anything that could be considered a tool here. I'm pretty sure we are mostly upgraded here. Alright. Now we can do iridium, but we're going to hold off on those. I'm going to stick at gold for a while. So yeah, we just have our trash can and our frying pan. Recipes with only 1 or 2 ingredients. Now let's check. This is just a mod check. Let's grab ourselves a mussel here. Can we still cook? Yeah, so we can still cook even though the the frying pan's being worked on, and then it'll upgrade at some point, right? Yep. Okay, cool. That's awesome. Let's see. Let's do a round of gold. And then we can store all this stuff. All right. Tomatoes. All right, so that maple tree just needs to go. It's not going to grow anyway. Well, right now we have the single coffee bean. The great thing about coffee beans, once you have one, we not bring our watering can? That's just great. Oh well. Once you have one and you get the harvest going, they harvest every 2 days and you get 4 beans. So once you get a single one going, you can have that greenhouse filled up in no time. So we can now harvest coffee. We do have a keg that we did fish up. So if we want to, we could start moving that into production. We might just move it over to the greenhouse itself. Let's do that. And we'll get our watering can. Actually, let's check something here. Can we move the greenhouse? Walking all the way over here, I think this would make more sense. Don't think I can get by it if I put it there. Could make a case for putting it down here. We'd have to move this stuff eventually. That's already our greenhouse. If I put it there, I don't think I can get around it. I think that's going to be problematic. Let's go try. I mean, I can cut the trees down, but I don't want to. Oh no, we can get behind the tree. Okay. We can't get by that way. But yeah, we can get around the tree. Okay, it's not bad. I might move it down there once those crops come out, but okay, so go ahead and get water on that guy. And we'll start. We'll stick a keg right there. hoping that we can start making coffee. All right, tomatoes, that gets us 10. All right. Stored. Where would we start putting my mushrooms? There we go. And a little bit of sales. 600. So we still need coal, but we really don't have to push hard for the coffee bean now. I'm thinking we need to go expand our southern tree farm. I think we'll do that next. And then we definitely always want to hit the mine, the cave. Because that's where we're making most of our tributes for the gods, for the island spirits. Most of it comes from most of it comes from the cave mine. Cave quarry? It's kind of a quarry, right? And then I suppose could probably hit up fishing again. What else do we have? Combat's getting a little bit close. Foraging's starting to get close. Close-ish. So maybe we need to make a daily trip to the southern thing just to do the stumps, right? Because they're 25 a piece and there's 12 of them, I think. So it'd be 250, 300 experience. Foraging experience. All right, come on, prismatic shard. Oh. This was a little on the weak side today. Five, 6, 7. More foraging. But yeah, I'm getting kind of excited to see we don't do these very often. These are also renewable. So they respawn every day. Not that I think we need the stone, but too bad they don't give XP. That'd be... Actually, they might. I don't think they do, though. It'd be mining XP, not foraging XP. So it wouldn't matter. More forageables. More forageables. Alright, let's head down. Alright, let's start with acorns. 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't think I want to go all the way down to there, so. All right, it's 32. It's just pretty good. All right, what do we have here? Pine. Because we also don't want to interfere with our stump growth. All right, I want to leave that one out because I want that stump to continue to grow. What's next? Mahogany. And we'll hope these aren't quite centered, I don't think, or I'm not quite centered, one or the other. We'll hope that doesn't block that one from popping in. If it does, we'll take that bottom seed out. Alright, and then maple. There we go. All right. Tree farm in place. Grab our XP from here. So we might just have to start making this a part of our daily routine. We hit the mine. We hit the stumps here. And just grind out some more XP. Now, I am a player who likes grinding. Soulfire, welcome to the stream. It is a lot of mods. This map, though, is a modded map. So it is basically an island. We're in the southern section of it right now. And so, yeah, so this is a mod that replaces the beach. Now, you can play this as a normal playthrough, right? Like, you can travel across here, and that'll get you to the bus stop. That'll get you to the backwoods. That'll get you to Cindersap. But we are also playing it a different way. We are playing this version as if we are stranded on the island, so we are not allowed to go to town. We're not allowed to interact with people and things like that. So we're trying to be completely self-sufficient. We also have a lot of mods on, so the list is in the description down below if you want to see them all. But the big ones that are changing the gameplay quite a bit are the fishing chest expanded. We can get seeds and stuff by fishing. Grandpa's Tools has changed what our tools look like. Love of Cooking is a cooking skill and a whole different cooking interface. Luck adds a luck skill, this upgradable, in there. We've got Survivalistic, which gives us a hunger and thirst bar down here that we have to deal with. So if we don't eat, essentially if these drop, your energy will die on you. And then Walk of Life. Walk of Life is a complete revamp of the core skills. You know, so you're farming, fishing, foraging, mining. So right now, if you look at this, we're on our second leveling of mining. We've gone through mining twice, and we will reset it back to 0 and go through it a third time, reset it and go through it a fourth time, and then we're collecting all of the professions. So once you get them, you keep them, and then you reset and do it again. And then there's a level 15, a level 20. There's all kinds of stuff that comes with that one. So those are the things that have probably changed the gameplay the most as far as this playthrough. So I'm going to say if you notice that it was a mod that, or it looked different, you definitely are a Stardew player, so welcome. How much have you played? And what's your latest and greatest Stardew achievement? What are you proud of? And I think I said welcome to the stream, but welcome to the stream. Slimes and bats. Alright, let's get this stuff into storage. That goes in. Actually, all that goes in. That goes in. I think we used up all the mahogany seeds. Alright, let's see. Tribute to the island spirits. Tribute to the island spirits. That's a tribute to the island spirits. So instead of money, we basically are playing as if our gold is a tribute to the island spirits, so that they keep us cranking. All right, we got 50. We have 50. Let's go ahead and get 3 of those going. I saw you type something. I'll take a look here. Oh, very cool. Yeah, this is my, on stream, this is my 4th 3.5 playthrough. My very first one was completely vanilla. I didn't even think about mods. And we took that one all the way to perfection. That one is I think we were halfway through the 6th year on that one. I played that one. I went into the game not knowing anything about it, and I didn't look stuff up. I just kind of took it as it went and figured it out. So that was our first playthrough. Our second stream playthrough was a Joja run, but that one was modded. We modded that one up quite a bit. I think I know I had automate on that one. I probably had Chest Anywhere on that one as well. Our third one was a mini playthrough. And that was a charity one that we did where we just tried to see how fast we could get the community center done. We ended up getting it on day 1 of winter, which wasn't too bad. So that one went pretty well. Let's see. Is there another playthrough in there? Oh, our superhero playthrough. We still played that one on Saturdays, but we hit perfection on that one last week. That one we got the community center done on that one the 3rd week of fall. So we got the winter forageables in the mine, and then Demetria sent us the last one we needed. So we actually got that one done really quick. So that's the playthroughs I've done so far. And so this one, like I said, this one we went with so what we did on this one is, this is the same character, air quote character. Oh yeah, the mods are absolutely, they change the game sometimes. So Decon here is the same character from my very first vanilla playthrough. So I recreated him in a new save. And then we used a cheat to actually fast forward ourselves to January or spring 1 of year 7. So we haven't been playing for 7 years. We're in our first year. But we fast forwarded it to year 7 to simulate that this is that character who went on a vacation and got shipwrecked. So it's a separate save, and we did that to do a couple of things. 1, it unlocked Kent, and 2, we did go ahead and go through and with a mod utility, we raised all of our friendship up to level 10, and we left it at level 10 for spring. That way we would get like a lot of the recipes and perks and stuff that we needed to continue. Then the beginning of summer, we lowered it to 9, and we're just going to let the friendships drop, basically with the backstory of the citizens of Pelican Town are forgetting about us because we've been shipwrecked and they couldn't find us and they gave up. They gave up looking. So we've lost 26 points of friendship so far because I lowered it down to 9 manually. So that's kind of the backstory of this particular playthrough. All right, we got some time here. Fishing skill is one that we need to work on. I think we'll just fish up here. Oh, and obviously since we're on a deserted island, we found it only fitting that we turn monsters on at night. We had a green rain. It was, I think, in last night's stream. Yeah, this island was covered in weeds. And then we also, because we knew it was coming, I planted a ton of tree seeds that all matured overnight, or a good chunk of them matured overnight. So that helped us a lot. Yeah, I love the green rain. Green rain is cool. So yeah, I think we got that last night, in last night's stream, if I remember right. It wasn't tonight, so it must have been last night. We're trying to get ourselves to fishing 6 so that we can acquire the iridium rod. It's kind of our next upgrade to fishing. Yeah, it was really, really cool. And again, there's so many sandy paths and stuff on this one that it was covered. So it's a little weird because like normally in a green rain, I'm going to nail cinder sap, and get tons and tons, but we did all right. Actually, we got a lot of moss and weeds, and I think we ended up with 6 mossy seeds as well that we can now plant. I haven't yet, but that's kind of, it is available for us. So. I think in-game Thursday, we need to, we'll do our wood collection, we'll do our mine collection, and then I think we're going to fish. We've got to get this fishing level up to 6. Then at some point we're going to have to hit the mines again. So our current goal now is, before we push mining too hard into its 3rd run through, I want to get all the other skills up to 10 so we get that bonus, so that we're doing things more efficiently. Whoa. That did not go well. What would that have been? Oh, this doesn't work on this island. I'm not sure what that would have been. Oh, I got all excited with the rooster crowing. Nope, I don't access the town at all. Now, again, I'm using some mods to simulate certain things. So, for instance, our tool upgrades. They're still technically within the game system, being upgraded by Clint. So what I do is I come in here and, well, I can't access it right now because I have one going. But I'll pop in here. So for instance, you know, I still use this interface, and then what we say is these are hallucinations or memories, because we still have to do certain things within the game system, right? We still have to upgrade our tools. We still have to do that. There's 2 ways we could have done it. I use this interface. A lot of people, what they'll do is they'll just delete the resources. And in doing so, they just delete the resources, and then spawn the tool, right? So I do have an item spawner. I could do it that way as well. But what we chose to do is just use those interfaces, and we basically say it's like, well, we learned how to do a lot of that stuff from the townsfolk. So when we do that activity, we are remembering that particular person. So, but we don't access the shops unless we have to. You know, so I don't buy seeds. We haven't bought a single seed. So everything that we've planted and we're growing, we have either found or made work. Now, I do have a mod that changes your mixed seeds from forageables to actual crops. So what we do is we harvest mixed seeds, then we plant those mixed seeds, and it's just random. And then we take those mixed seeds and we put them in a seed maker, and we produce our own seeds and stuff from that. So we do a lot of things along those lines where we, you know, sometimes we still have to access some of those menus just to make things happen. So that's the general flow. All right, we made it to bed, barely. I got to talking and wasn't paying attention to the time. All right, I'm gonna take a quick 2-minute break. I will be right back. Oh, let's see what we sold. We didn't sell very much today. Yeah, that was a little low. Our quarry isn't spawning a whole lot of stuff. We need a really good spawn down there. Okay, let's take 2 minutes. I'll be right back. All right. Welcome back, everybody. Thanks for hanging out with us. Yeah, on the Nexus front, I have their whatever their premier subscription is or whatever. All right, we have a storm coming, which means we probably should make a lightning rod, actually. Why do I have ghost fish in there? Probably don't need them in there. Put it in there. So basically our backstory is anytime that we interact, whether it's the mail or anything like that, with a townsperson, we either treat it as a memory or a hallucination. That's kind of our general backstory. Alright, green beans and grapes. What a pain to harvest. Alright, we're good to go there. I don't think we can get by down here. I still might end up moving this greenhouse. I don't like having to walk all the way around. I think we'll probably move it down here. So that might be a switch of seasons thing, so we can move all this stuff. I don't want to give up any of our plants and stuff that we have going on down here. All right, let's see. What are we sitting on? Need gold. Oh, holy cow, we got different quality quartz as well now. That's a change. I think that's part of the gemologist skill that we have added with the new skill system. It now gives us different quality of things. Let's put that in there. What else do we need to store? That looks to be about it. Okay, our marching orders today are this. We need to mine stump fish. I think that'll get us through everything. Mine stump fish. Alright, we get to sell some crops today. It's gonna help the old money. Nope, we're not doing community center or Joja, so because we don't have access to them. So it's definitely changing the playthrough. Our main goal, like what I will consider success, is going to be to get our infrastructure on the island built. But really it's going to come down to this skill mod. So to complete this skill mod, we have to go through every single skill 4 times. Right? So we've been through this twice. We need to go through it 2 more times to unlock all 6 professions. Then when you hit level 10, I believe you can master, and then there's a prestige profession that you can take up to level 20 for each skill, I believe. So I have to get each skill up to 20. So that's kind of my goal for this one, as opposed to your normal community center or Joja route or something like that. But yeah, we have zero access to the community center. We are stranded, shipwrecked, abandoned, isolated, or whatever synonym you want to throw at it. So it's a different way of playing. I'll tell you, the part that's been the weirdest is 2 things. One, I can do 2 weeks on this playthrough in the time I used to do a week on my normal playthroughs. And that's for a couple of reasons. One of them is we're not going to any events or anything like that. So I think that's definitely one of the reasons. And 2, because I've turned off a lot of my automations and things that I could do through menus, I now have to walk around and do all those things. So we just spend more time walking about, right? Like when I would do an automated thing in the menus, I didn't ever have, it would pause the game and I could just do it. So it's been an interesting replay based on just a different feel, right? A different pacing, if you will. It's been kind of cool. Not going to the events and doing all of that kind of stuff it's made the playthrough interesting, because we're just focused on ourselves. We're just focused on trying to get stuff built to sustain ourselves. Now, obviously, again, the hunger and thirst mod has made a bit of a difference. Speaking of which, we should probably eat here. So you'll see my hunger and thirst go up. Also, these heal over time. So you notice my energy is going up slowly. Your health, and again, that's part of the cooking mod, I believe. But it has my health and my energy going up. So I guess arguably it's just made the playthrough harder, but in a good way, right? It's not frustratingly hard, but it is getting back to a more vanilla feel, more vanilla roots on things, I guess. So that's been kind of fun. Okay, so this map has these, you can swim here and it's like a spa. So we can do that. Now I have debated going back to pure vanilla and doing like a vanilla Joja run. I don't know if I'm going to do it or not, but I have thought about it. I have about, I don't know, 5, 6, maybe 7 concepts for playthroughs in a spreadsheet. I've got all kinds of things I want to try. And then at some point, okay, cool. So that spawned in okay, so we didn't lose it. At some point I want to play Stardew Valley Expanded. I'd also like to do, what is there one, like Ridgeside I think is one. There's one called like East Scarp or East Scarf or something like that. There's a Sunberry or something like that. I would like to do a lot of those as well. I have a feeling I could stream Stardew for years and not run out of things to do. At least that's the way it's feeling to me. Yeah, I think you mentioned you hit 900 hours. I recently, not pseudo recently, just hit 1,000. I think I'm at 1,100 now. Let's see what Steam says. Steam. Give me some data. We are at, yeah, 1,106 hours right now. All right, I say we fish. At this time, actually, we might be able to level fishing. Let's go dump our inventory first, so we don't run out of space. Now this is also a mod called like convenient chests or something like that, which just lets you dump your stuff. Yeah, I've heard that. I've heard a lot of people who play Expanded are just like, it is overwhelming. It's interesting because in game design and game development, there is this, I don't know, almost like this drive to make things bigger and bigger and bigger, and that's not always for the best. But yeah, I still want to try it, but I completely understand that. I've heard that from a lot of people, where it's just like, I don't know. It's not a dislike, but it's exactly what you said. It's just like, it's just so much that it maybe even takes away from the, I don't know, the charm of the game a little bit, right? Like, you know, so completely legitimate. I've heard that from a lot of people. Me personally, I love what's called systems design or systems development. So seeing all the complexities and stuff, I do enjoy. Ooh, I see pufferfish there. I bet you that's what we hooked into earlier. That tough fish. I bet you it was a puffer. We haven't caught one of those yet. I forgot that the fish were seasonal here. We're not on Ginger Island. We're still on the normal map, right? Oop, pay attention. Quit talking and pay attention. We caught a mussel. Yeah, I like the forest farm. I enjoyed that one. I think my Extra Life charity playthrough was on the forest farm. My Joja run was on the Meadowlands. I really like Meadowlands. But we went a little crazy on that one. We had 144 chickens. I think we had 48 ostriches. It was pretty crazy. But I also understand, yeah, a lot of people's drive gets to be, how can I make the most money? And I'll admit I get guilty of that as well, right? Like I usually end up having a big Ginger Island ancient fruit farm. You know, kegs all over the place. Sometimes just taking a step back and not doing that, just playing for the fun of it, is kind of cool. Something that I've got on my list of playthroughs that I'd like to do would be one where it's like just fish. That's it. Like, we're not, maybe you almost have to forage, I guess, but maybe forage and fishing, and act like your character's in retirement and just enjoy. Maybe have a small garden, you know, something like that. I think it's easy to lose sight of the charm that the game can be if you try to get into the min-maxing mentality, trying to, you know, get everything to be perfect or whatever. All right, we got a dehydrator. Got an emerald. Tulips. Oh, so yeah, you were asking. So for instance, at some point, we're going to basically access the vendor in the walnut room, because we'll never get to Ginger Island on this playthrough. I messed that one up. But we're still going to access the vendor because there's certain recipes in order to continue with the game we're just going to want to get. So for instance, we need the hopper recipe at some point. So we will build our own criteria as to what's required for us to get that recipe. Can't remember what I linked it to something. I don't remember what I was thinking on that one. But, so we're doing a little bit of that kind of stuff. We still have to acquire recipes. But the justification is, this character is supposed to be a continuation of a character who already had all that stuff. But the way we're playing it is, part of being shipwrecked is we lost some of our memories and now we're regaining them. And so instead of learning this stuff new, we're regaining our memories. So we don't have to buy it, air quote, from the vendor. Even though that's the game mechanic, we can actually pretend that it came back to us. We'll still spend the resources and stuff. So again, gold has become our island spirit influence and stuff like that. And they help us out. Help us to recover our memories and things. Actually, foraging is pretty close, 46:30. If we do stumps every day, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, we'll have foraging hit level 10 by Saturday. I was not even paying attention. I was looking over here at the bars. Fishing here. Fishing is going to be close. If I could actually catch a fish and not be messing it up, we might be able to level fishing today. If not, we'll get fishing tomorrow. Farming, we've got a lot of stuff planted. We're just kind of waiting it out. We're not going to get level 10 on everything by the end of this stream. I think we can get foraging. Actually, I think we're only going to get foraging to level 10 by the end of this stream. Next stream, I don't think we'll get farming. Combat's got a ways to go. Probably need to work combat, though. Probably need to work fishing. Fishing's going to become easier. Once we get level 6, we'll be able to craft ourselves, air quote, craft the iridium rod. And that will help. We can start using bait. We can start using tackle. We'll have to make tackle, but to check on that. Can we make any tackle yet? Do we have the recipes? Or do we need to be higher? Might need to be higher fishing. Yeah, I don't see anything in fishing. Okay, trap bobber's level 6. And I love my trap bobber. So we're going to get that here pretty soon. What's the cork bobber? Cork bobber is level 7. Okay. So yeah, we'll be able to start crafting some tackle as well. I usually buy it from Willie, so it's going to be weird to actually craft it again. Ooh, I'm going to have to take a look at that. That actually sounds pretty interesting. I think it would be fun to play in a more primitive version, if you will. I think that could be really cool. Come on, quit giving us junk. We still have 150 to go. We need to catch a couple. We're not going to make it. I don't think I'm going to make it today. Got just a little bit too much that we need. A lot of these junk fish things we needed to have actual fish get on the hook. We need to quit catching sticks is what we need to do. Alright. Alright, so fishing will be a tomorrow level to 6. And then we can get ourselves... Alright, and then there's still something we need to do here before it storms tomorrow. We need to make ourselves lightning rods. Iron bar, refined quartz, bat wings. Alright, I don't know how many bat wings we've saved up. Got 46. Okay, it looks like we're probably going to be able to make 9. Hey, we got an achievement. DIY is probably a crafting one, I would guess. Greenhorn, cowpoke, networking, popular. Upgrade your house. Catch 100 fish. Catch 10 different fish. Why is it not showing up? DIY, DIY. Did I get in here too fast? Yep, I just hit the button too fast. Craft 15 different items. Okay. Let's see, what do we have? Store that. Tribute. Well, 50. We're okay. Now, store that. sell those, sell those. That'll go inside. That's not better than what we have. So for instance, since you can't sell your boots in the normal sales thing, we still want to tribute them to the island spirits. So we just pop in here and do it that way. Again, it's using the game mechanics as opposed to the as opposed to like what we can normally do. I don't know if that made any sense. Let's see. 6, 7, 8. Actually, that fit in there really nicely. All right, let's see. Gold is done. Let's grab. Coal is still a limiting factor for us. We're gonna be able to do a lot of cooking here pretty soon. Might do that tomorrow. See if we can get. Need 1,000. 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, we'll probably cook tomorrow. Oh, what does that look like? Is that any better than... It's not bad. I think we'll stick with the orange ghee, but... Not bad. Alright. Nighty-night, Easter Bunny. Nighty-night, Bunny Rabbit. Nighty-night, Easter Rabbit. That's a quote from something. Can't remember what. Alright, let's take a quick break. We'll be right back. All right, everybody, welcome back. What are we at? Friday? Yeah, we still have some time. Mildly perturbed. I still don't think that luck is really doing a big difference to us. Look at all the clams. Alright, let's see if we have any crops. 3 days on pineapple. Peppers. So our goal in here is to hopefully replace most of this with pineapple. We do have one ancient fruit growing here. Once that gets grown, then we'll probably move that into the caves. And this will become pineapple. And then the greenhouse is going to become... Okay, well, if that... Actually, I have an idea here. I think if we can get behind that tree, that means we should be able... Ugh. No, that won't work. That kind of would work. Let's try it there. If I can get behind the tree, then I can come down this side. Okay, I like that better. Still don't 100% like it, but 8 days on our coffee bean. That'll be a while. Alright, let's go ahead and get some cooking in. Oh, also, let's claim our pan. Get our... Alright, so that was the copper one. So now we need... the steel. Steel frying pan. We're really starting to run ourselves low on coal. Oh, nice. Does that mean we're going to be able to do it? Nice. All right. Even though this only takes one ingredient, it's stacking 2 ingredients. So now we can actually... We don't have to cook as many times. That's a beauty. That's a good perk. See, and this is what I kind of like about mods. You know, we can discover things, right? I had no idea how this was going to work. I thought, obviously, if you have a recipe that needs 2 ingredients, now you have 2 slots. But being able to use up multiple of different types, but for one thing, is also just a bonus, man. That's cool. It's going to cut our cooking time, real-time cooking, at least, in half here. Because we don't have to do each one individually. We have to go in and out of the menu less, essentially. Alright. Cool. We have 105 sashimi. We're in good shape on food. That'll keep us alive. Speaking of which, let's go ahead and eat. And let's go find... So we named our cat Krobus because in our very first vanilla playthrough, Krobus was our roommate. We went with the roommate version. Alright, let's go ahead and top off our water here. We might as well get a good drink. I like Krobus. On this playthrough, welcome to the stream. What do we got? Miley Cow. This one, if you count helper mods, so, you know, there are sometimes a mod that has a prereq that you have to install. We've got 52 mods running on this one. You can find a full list of the mods in the description. But here are the mods that are at least configurable. So I'll quickly scroll through those. The big ones that are making this playthrough work. Walk of Life is a skill revamp. It changes how you do your skills. Survivalistic is what's added the hunger bar and the thirst bar and the need to eat. and the love of cooking has changed the cooking system. Those are probably the three that are the biggest things, plus the map. The map is a custom map, and we're playing as if we're stranded on an island and we can't go to town. We're not allowed to go to town, essentially. But those are the big mods. There's a lot of smaller ones as well that help. Oh, the cabin style farmhouse that looks like something that would be on our beach. That's another one as well. Welcome to the stream. Glad to see you, chat. If you are a Stardew player, I'm guessing, since you're talking mods. We always like to ask, what's your latest Stardew accomplishment? What are you proud of? What have you achieved in the game lately? Modded, vanilla, whatever. Okay, we are getting some weed growth. I'm going to let that grow. I want to see how much that'll spread, because then we might be able to start using it as almost like a little mini fiber farm. Oh, so close. I'm almost tempted to leave it. Let's leave that one there. I kind of wanted the seed to drop there to evenly space it out, but we'll leave that one there for now just to see what we get. Can always chop it out later. So the general flow, or the general backstory that I'm using. Oh, very nice. That's a 999 iridium in vanillas. That's an accomplishment. We'll give you a blue chicken for that one. That one's crazy. With a modded playthrough, like I have the Skull Cavern elevator. We have like thousands, but that's a lot harder to do vanilla. So anyway, what we're doing as our backstory is this is the cave. So the cave's been revamped, right? This is not your very tiny little small cave. And as part of this caving system on this island, we are pretending, and again, a lot of this is a little bit of suspension of disbelief, that we have a mine built into our cave system. And so what that does is it gives us access to this mine. Now you'll notice if I try to leave here, I can't leave here, right? Like this is isolated from the town. I can't use the mine carts. And then, so obviously the dwarf is still over here. We'll pretend he doesn't exist. If I blow this up, then there's another branch to my mine on my island that is essentially Skull Cavern. So if we want access to Skull Cavern, we can get it. I may or may not do it. Right now, our personal little quarry down here is providing us the things that would be in Skull Cavern. Outside of rewards, you know, like auto petters and auto grabbers and stuff like that. You know, we're getting iridium. We're getting cinder shards in here. Right, so we're getting some stuff you get in the volcano as well. So I haven't decided if we are going to fully embrace Skull Cavern, but if we do, our backstory or our story is it's not Skull Cavern. It's not the desert version. It is basically a mining branch on this particular island. So that's the backstory reasoning behind it. We'll see where things go. There's a lot of things here. We have theories and themes, but we're still trying to kind of figure it out, right? Figure out what works, what doesn't work. Yeah, 999, well, I'm assuming iridium bars or iridium ore. 999 iridium bars is that's a lot. So a challenge that we're running now. So my last series, which we hit perfection on last week, was my superhero playthrough. And after we hit perfection, we moved on to this playthrough. But we still want to play that, and so we're going to start playing that one on Saturdays. And so I've turned that playthrough, and it's highly modded as well. We turned that playthrough into a challenge series. And one of my community centers their latest challenge is to get to level 10,000 on Skull Cavern. Now, we have the Skull Cavern elevator installed, so it saves our progress. You're not going to do that in a single run, obviously. So we're up to, I think we just hit 2,000, level 2,000 that we've made it to. But as part of that, because we're making so many Skull Cavern runs, I think I sold 3,000 Iridium bars already in that playthrough. And then I think I have something like, I probably have 8,000 Iridium ore. But again, not vanilla. What you're doing is much, much harder. That was all in a modded playthrough. The elevator's making that one work. That's... Because the nice part is we can drop right to like level 2,000 if we want to. And in doing so, the Iridium is already just... There are some levels we hit where there are just like maybe 30 nodes of Iridium. It's pretty crazy. All right, 49:10. I think we're going to have to do this again tomorrow. So in-game tomorrow, Saturday. But we are... Oh, 49:60. Actually, no. I think we're going to get this. Yeah, we're going to get this. Awesome. That's level 10. So, I think this one we're going to reset right away. So I will show you guys how the how this system works. Right? How the Walk of Life system works. Because now, this is another little bit of suspension of disbelief in that we have to access the statue in the sewers in order to reset our skills, right? Let's save that because our mining we won't gain skills. So we have to access that sewer statue where you would normally respec yourself. That's how we have to reset. So we will travel into town technically and do that. But again, our backstory is this is something that we pray to the island spirits and they help us with. So. So tonight when we sleep, we'll actually we'll level, and then tomorrow we'll reset the skill, and I'll show you guys how that works. Okay, let's see. We need to fish as well today, and hopefully level fishing. All right, let's check out our tribute. Tribute to the island spirits here. Alright, so that gets stored. We have our foraging tribute going well. We have our gemstone tribute going well as well. All right. Drop the mahogany seed off, and that skill book we'll throw in there. All right, 7 o'clock. I think we still have a chance to pull off fishing today. Let's fish on the east side this time. The west side didn't do us very good. Yeah. So, and again, you know, it fits the backstory that we already knew. You know, we knew the dwarf, we knew Sandy, we knew Krobus, we knew Quee, we know all those people. But yeah. So if you have, are you trying to, like, are you working on the full on 999 challenge to get 999 of everything? That's crazy. That's a lot of fishing there, man. I just catch evidently soggy newspapers. We're trying to get to level 6 so that we can get the next rod. That'll make a difference. Well, I mean, when I say next rod, I usually skip the fiberglass rod and go straight to the iridium one. So. Whoa, why is that fish gold? What was that? That's new. Yeah, I feel for you. I feel you there. It's like, once you hit perfection, it's almost like, what's the motivation to keep going? Or I don't know what that gold fish was, so that might be something one of these mods is doing. Me personally, that usually means I move on to a new series and start over again, but I know that's not for everybody either. But yeah, it is good to try to find that next goal. And again, that's what we're doing with the superhero playthrough, right? We're just going to do challenges that mostly the community will probably throw out. So it'll give us a distraction on Saturdays to try some just different things. All right, we only need 50. This last bid has been a little bit rough. Silly bat. Catching nothing but sea jellies and newspapers here. Yeah, you know, it's like the trash in the ocean even reaches our deserted island here. I saw the distaste for Elliot. So that one, distaste for character. So it's a conversation we actually have in this chat a lot. It's funny how each person kind of has their favorites and not favorites. We've got one of our regulars that has a thing for Clint. She hates Clint, which is kind of funny. Let's see. Who do I have the most distaste for? Pierre occasionally rubs me the wrong way. I don't disliking. Like, I don't dislike, I think. Okay, there's that goldfish again. Hold on, I'm going to try. Nope, never mind. So I'm about to say, I'm going to try to pay attention, but we've got to get our new fishing rod. So I can't say it's a distaste for him, but he definitely does some odd things. I like Demetrius, but there's some sections of Demetrius I don't like. I'm not a big fan of Haley, I guess. She's not one of my favorites. There we go. We leveled. I feel for Shane. Maybe that's the best way to put that one is Shane's story is tragic and I feel for him. So it's not really a distaste, although it's almost like an uncomfortableness because of Shane's story. Trying Trying to think of any others that... Yeah, I don't know. It's like, again, I don't really dislike any of the characters. But that would be probably my short list of ones that's like, eh. Alright, what do we have? Tree fertilizer. Where do we have our fertilizers? In here, probably. Couple of things of clothes. Take that inside. Tulips. Do we have any tulips? We do. Keep a hold of it for now. Can attribute those 3 things. That'll go into our food stores. Alright, we're going to wait till we level. But once we level here, we are going to go ahead and acquire our essentially our iridium fishing rod. What does that look like? I kind of like it, but I don't like it with my white pants, so I have to get different pants. Yeah, Elliot's dramatic for sure. I can definitely see him not being for everybody. I think that's what's kind of fun, though. All right, let's take a look at the mod page here, because they do make changes to some of these, so we want to make sure we understand what we're doing here. So level 10 foraging. We chose... What did we choose? The Forager, 20% chance to double yield on foraged items. Forage items restore 50% more health and energy. The quality of forage items increase as new varieties are uncovered. Scavenger, location of forageable items revealed, occasionally detect buried treasures. Okay, that's interesting. That's a new system. But I think from a standpoint of, so I think ecologist replaces botanist in this particular setup. And then there's a lumberjack. Oh man, that detect buried treasures, I don't know what it is. That's tempting. But in the short term, having our foraged items go up in quality means we'll make more tribute, which will make our lives easier. I think we'll take that one. That's usually what I pick. Botanist is usually what I get for the iridium quality. Oh, what did I hope I picked the right one. I just clicked back into the window and, well, it might be a little bit of surprise there. Okay, bait maker, spinner, trap bobber. Oh, they've changed the graphics as well. I'll have to remember that. All right, well, cross your fingers that when I click back into the window, I clicked the one I wanted. We'll find out when we get back. I'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody. Glad to have you with us. So, first off, let's check to see if I got the right skill or not. I did. Awesome, awesome. Okay, so you can see here that our foraging is at level 10, and we got this first little star next to it for the professions. We'll take a look at this in a second. But before we do anything, if you are new to the channel, we like to celebrate certain elements, and we just hit 20 likes, so I want to thank you guys so much for that. Let's roll right into the hardcore, all-in Sam's Band heavy version. See if any of my regulars are still lurking out there and not talking. So let's crank it up, and we will do what we call chicken raiding. This usually brings my regulars out of the woodwork. There's Lydia. I knew it would get her. Can't hide from the chicken rave. Nothing gets the community back into the chat like chicken raving. All right, everybody. Thank you so much. 20 likes is definitely feels good. I appreciate it. Another storm's approaching. Hey, the trout derby. All right, we have our first batteries. That's new to the old farm. I will throw a blue chicken in for battery acquisition. Let's toss those. Okay, so level 6. Level 6 fishing means in the normal playthrough, we could now buy the iridium fishing rod from Willie, right? Obviously, we can't buy it from Willie. So we could... I still want to use the resources. I want to expend my favor with the island spirits. So we're going to use this interface to go ahead and get it. So it's the Masterwork fishing rod here, which would be the iridium fishing rod. So we'll go ahead and purchase that. Hey, absolutely, Soulfire. Thanks for hanging out with us, and good luck on your final. I don't know what you're studying, but yeah, good luck on that, and we'll catch you later. Okay, we also should now be able to make trap bobbers, copper and sap. Sap's not a problem. Copper shouldn't be a problem. So let's make... We'll make 4. All right, let's get our chores done. And then what we'll do here is I will we'll go take a look at the interface for the resetting of foraging before we forage. Oops. So we don't want to forage that until we reset the foraging interface. Actually, we might have to sleep, so we might not get any foraging done today. Well, I mean, we can still forage. We just won't get XP for it. All right, not a lot in here. So, again, we're going to use a little bit of behind-the-scenes magic here, because we do have to go to the sewers. I have no way to access this item any other way. So it changes to now the Statue of Transcendence to reset our skill levels. So we have mining, which on its second reset is much more expensive. The first resets we're going to pay for, and then we're going to decide if these prices seem reasonable or not. But we will go ahead and reset foraging. I wonder, in the next skill, we might try to do that before we go to bed and see if we can reset it. Actually, that might be dangerous, though, because then it might not trigger the skill selection. So I may not want to do that. All right, well, we'll still forage today. But again, this isn't going to reset till tomorrow, so... So we won't go and chop a bunch of trees or do anything like that. All right, let's see then. And we still have a lot of fishing to do. Farming's going to happen. So combat and fishing are kind of our low items. So as always, we are going to go ahead and go to our cave quarry. That's important. Ooh, a pineapple. Pineapple, we can make pineapple seeds. That'll help. It's just a free one. So we're foraging these things because, come on, yes! There it is. That's what we've been waiting for. We got our prismatic shard. Now, normally, in the normal game, at this point, you would now go to the desert, do the special desert things to get your particular weapon. We do not have access to the desert, but we are going to go ahead and go to the altar, Grandpa's shrine, and ask the island spirits to bless us with the favor that is one galaxy sword. Boink, boink. How much experience do you figure going through the skills over and over is? Like, could we make a case? I don't think it'd be equivalent. Holy cow, 2 prismatic shards. Now we got a bonus one. One for the spirits, one for us. So what I'm thinking is, like, I think I talked about this either earlier in the stream today or in yesterday's stream. Because of the way the skill system now works, we're not going to hit the mastery cave for a long time. We're literally going to go through every profession 4 times before we can go to the mastery cave. Actually, we can go now. Let's take a look at this. But notice I've got these all grayed out because in the mod, I've turned that off. So there's a setting in here. Lock mastery until full resets. Gets a value indicating whether to prevent the player from purchasing a skill mastery if there are professions left to acquire. All right, if we turn that off, we could theoretically... Oh crap, I shouldn't have done that. Okay. Okay, well, this is interesting. Oh, I don't have all of our skills mastered, so... But basically, once we have everything mastered, then 4 times we'd be able to do that. So we have to ask ourselves... Let's lock that back up. How much skill do we need to gain in order to be considered mastery equivalent? And in doing so, then we could access some of the perks of mastery. So for instance, the Forage and the mini Forage and stuff like that. So that's something I'm going to have to kind of also decide. All right, we're going to keep a hold of that for now. That one we're not going to tribute. But we are going to tribute one of them. So let's go do a couple of things here. Throw those in there. Are we out of gold? Out of gold. Sell those. Oh, you ended up only getting one. Probably shouldn't have cleared all that out. That's okay. All right, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to head down to Grandpa's Shrine. And we're going to make a tribute to the island spirits. All right, we would like to thank the island spirits. Hold this above our head. There we go. Thank the island spirits for everything they have provided for us and keeping us safe on this island, and providing all of the stuff that is allowing us to move forward. We will now take our prismatic shard and delete it. Yeah, that didn't raise our money any. So we just threw that one away in the game system, but it was part of the tribute to the gods. And in so doing, the gods are going to provide the galaxy sword. So there we go. So 30 to 45, 60 to 80. That is a good upgrade. So we are galaxy sword, gold, 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 gold. I guess technically iridium on that one. Unexpected. I've been kind of hoping and waiting for that to pop up. Alright, let's go ahead and pop out. I don't know how much hardwood we're going to need, but probably doesn't hurt to have hardwood. And these respawn daily anyway. So it's not like we're wasting anything. We're not getting XP here. Get some XP tomorrow. We'll just see how fast foraging, like we'll come down here and we'll see how many levels we can rip through just chopping these logs one time. Well, for right now, we'll just do this as a resource collection exercise. Also, now that we're armed with the Galaxy Sword, I'm wondering, especially for combat XP, which we're lagging behind on a little bit, this might be a good opportunity to... Let's fish on the dock here for a little bit. This might be an opportunity to venture into Skull Cavern. So that might be our theme for tomorrow's stream, I think. We'll save that for tomorrow. Now, we still don't have access to deluxe bait. So this is still slow. And we caught a mussel. Oh, deluxe worm bin. Worm bin, deluxe worm bin. Fishing level 8. Okay. That's what we need. Now, the nice part about catching some of that... Oh, we're using the wrong fishing rod. Okay, this will make a difference. There we go. Hopefully we'll get bigger, quicker hits now. We have our trap tackle going on. Got a tuna. Oh, that's feeling better. So if we get to level 8, then we can get our deluxe worm bin, start making that. But just the speed now means we can level quicker, right? The slowness of the previous. Now, part of it's my own fault. I tend to skip buying the fiberglass rod. We could have picked that up, put bait in it, and sped our way up. Usually I do that for monetary reasons. We're actually doing okay on money right now. I'm actually surprised. I think the cave quarry is keeping us in good shape with the island spirits. They like what we're providing to them. So that's good. Come on, give us whatever that gold fish was again. Puffer or sea cucumber? What do you think? Sea cucumber. Okay, so you can get... Okay, this... We'll see if that knocks that off our collection or not. I don't know if it will. Let's see, collections. Doesn't look like it did. So getting the fish inside of the chest doesn't count as a catch, which makes sense. So I'm not sure if we'll leave that feature on or not for the chest revamp thing. I'm going to fish here for the rest of the day. I want to see if that gold fish can... We got it twice on the east side of the island. So is that some special to this farm map? Or can it be caught anywhere or just in that spot? Is it like a special spot? So we'll fish here and see if we can get it to show up. Feels like another sea cucumber. If not, we'll go back to that spot and see if we get anything there. Caught a stick. Now we're power fishing. Now you're playing with power. Yeah, the only downside to this on the fishing side is we're only going to be able to catch the certain fish that spawn on this map. And I think this farm map supports river fish and ocean fish. I think that's the extent of it. So lake fish we can't get. Obviously we can go into the mines and get some of the mining fish. We're not going to be able to get the island fish. We won't be able to get the secret woods. We won't be able to get obviously the legends. We won't be able to get the desert fish and stuff like that, which is fine. I have to turn off my completionism gene in my brain and just accept the playthrough for what it is. Yeah, see the speed difference though? We haven't been fishing that long, and we're already a third of the way through level 6. And I'm hoping the Galaxy Sword's going to do a similar thing for our combat. The quicker you can get through it, the faster you can level. So this has helped tremendously. Oh, we haven't hooked into that gold fish again. I don't know what that is. Oh, another ancient seed. Beautiful. I also wonder, when we reset fishing, I bet you our fishing bar is going to go back down to tiny. Oh, that's going to be rough. I didn't even think about that. All right. All in all, a good day. Galaxy Sword, new fishing pole, new levels. Let's head in. Or head back home. Make our tributes. Our final tributes to the island spirits. Tell them thank you for their benevolence and providing for us. Let's see. That's technically my gems and minerals, although I sell most of them. Alright, I think we're now making enough in our crab pots to feed ourselves that I think we're going to tribute the fish. So we'll tribute the artifact. That'll go inside. That'll get sold. Foraging tribute. Oh, look at that. We got a silver coconut. That needs to be dealt with. That's for cooking. That's for cooking. Tribute, tribute. We'll tribute all that. Now, I do think we have to decide. Are we going to be allowed to acquire the fish smoker or not? So for right now, I'm just going to sell the fish. All right, 15,000. We'll deal with this tomorrow. It's 140. We'll deal with all this tomorrow, actually. All in all, a very fine day. The iridium breastplate is tempting, but we will pass for now. Let's keep with our gi. Hey, we leveled up luck. Higher chance for good events, lower chance of bad events. New crafting recipe, iridium slot machine. I'll have to look in to see what that is. All right, let's take a quick break. I'll be right back. All right, welcome back, everybody. So, our foraging should have reset. There you go. So we're back to 0 on foraging, although we do have our perks. We keep our professions. So we're doing okay. We'll see what that does. And we'll see how fast we can level it in the first day anyway. Maki roll. There's our memory of Willie when he sold us our very first iridium fishing pole. Fond memories, Willie. We do miss you, my friend. If anybody could have found us, we would have hoped it would have been Willie. We're not going to level today, but we want to do as much of this as we can. Might as well get the XP. Coffee's going to help us a ton too. That every other day harvest will make a big difference on our XP. I think we're going to need it, honestly. Coffee's probably not till next week, though. Yeah, 6 days. So next week we will get our first coffee harvest, which will be oh so good. Let's see. Go ahead and sell those. That goes in there. We'll store those. And we'll ditch our normal pole so we don't forget. Ooh, I don't know if we have any refined quartz. Alright, we're gonna have to hit the mines again. We're almost out of coal. We still kind of need all of those. Okay, you ready? 8. I guess 8's not great. We'll make a foraging pass around the island here. And then we'll come back. Get our refined quartz. So we can make at least one sprinkler. And then plant our ancient fruit in the cave. And we'll get that process started. Alright, so these were given 25 before. Now they're given 31. So there you go. There's one level. Don't know if we'll get 2. Close. I think we're going to come up just short. At least with the stumps. But again, yeah, we only need 31. But just if we get any other forageables, like in the cave and things like that, we've got a pretty good shot, I think, of leveling to level 2 today. That was an 8. That was an 8. This will help. And there's 2 levels. Wait for some of those to pop. Does show you just the differences in the RNG, right? Like all those trees were essentially planted on the same day. They all had the same chance to go full maturity under the green rain. Well, not all of them. Some of those have grown in since. But they're all pretty equal in age. Some of them are fully mature, some are still seeds. Alright, hopefully our refined quartz is done now. Golden iron. Insert 5 iridium bars and a battery to get a random gemstone. Honestly, that doesn't sound like that good of a deal, in my opinion. Okay, let's see. Store it. All right, let's head to the caves. Oh, I love the sound of thunder. All right. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, we can get 3 across. So let's go ahead and put that one down there. Hey, welcome back, Andrew, right? Isn't that what you said you go by? Appreciate you returning. How are you doing today? There we go. Alright, so this is the start of our special magical ancient fruit cave. Well, welcome back, my friend. Blue Chicken for coming back on a second day. Do appreciate it. Alright, I think we'll get some mining done here, and then we need to... we need to get coal. We are so out of coal right now. Again, maybe we just need to build the charcoal kiln and start making coal. I hate doing it. I don't like to blow through that much wood. Just turn it into basically burnt wood. But we are suffering right now a lack of coal. But we'll go see if we can hit some coal spirits. We do have a shiny brand new sword now, so maybe that will help. Alright, little guys. Hook us up. I'll admit in our last playthrough, with the coal spirit trinket, coal was not something we worried about. We sold it. We had so much coal. It wasn't even funny. But we are suffering now. There we go. Okay, we got 1 coal. Alright, so let's track our coal. Anything else we want to track down here? Probably not really. Coal's about the only thing that matters. Oh! Second magic quiver. 1.4, 19 to 24, 1.9. Let's try it. We'll give up a little bit of money for faster kills. Might be worth it. Hey, another coffee bean. Beauty, beauty, eh? Ooh. Green frog egg, 2 trinkets on 1 level? Rocking it. Oh, we've gotten 5 coal. That's not horrible. Actually, resource-wise, this is not a bad level here. Grab ourselves some iron. Okay, I do like the increased damage output. So I think we will give up. I miss the parrot. I like the parrot to fly around with us. It's kind of fun to have a little companion. But the added offensive capability, I think is worth it. I suppose it's also compounded by the fact that we just upgraded to a galaxy sword. And that's going to have an impact as well. So the combination of the two. Oh, our steel frying pan is done. We'll have to get the gold one now. That sounds fancy. I mean, a copper frying pan. Oh, another coffee bean. Get that first one and they just drop from the sky as if everybody has one. Like a copper frying pan sounds reasonable. A steel frying pan sounds reasonable. A gold frying pan just sounds like something a crazy rich person would have. And then after that would be iridium, I'm guessing. That actually sounds pseudo reasonable as well. Oh, I see an exit. Alright, 1020. Yeah, we are much more combat capable now. So this should help leveling. Can't say it's doing a ton for our coal production, although we've got 8. Slow grinding coal. Alright, 12 o'clock. We should probably head back towards, I guess, the entrance. If we're not going to catch a... There we go. That's what we're looking for. Alright, don't see anybody at any of the coal guys. Right there at the entrance. Oh, yeah, coffee. Let's go see if we can get our coffee planted. Coffee makes me happy. That's going to make a difference. One o'clock. That gives us a bit of a head start there on our growth. All right, let's see. Let's do a little sorting. That and that. These are our gem tributes. There we go. Tribute, tribute, tribute. The parrot egg will keep. The frog trinket. They're nice for... Actually, we'll keep it because they're good for fish tanks, even though it's... Probably would be nice to have the money. We're giving up 1,000 tribute points just for aesthetically maybe making a fish tank down the road. A mystery hat. Alright, let's see. Yeah, let's get ourselves a gold frying pan. Nothing says fancy like a gold frying pan. Alright, let's see. Store that. Store that. Store that. Probably tomorrow. We are running out of time. We're going to use it more as a decoration. No, we're not wearing the hat. Alright, let's see if we can get inside before we pass out. Alright. That's not too bad. Jump for the covers. Oh, That might be the raccoon. I think that's the raccoon. All right, we level 1 foraging. Now again, we already have these recipes, so we won't regain them. Level 2 foraging. So 2 levels of foraging, just chopping down some stumps, a couple of trees, and picking stuff up off the ground. That's not too bad. So the second time through is definitely easier. And the third time through, if it stacks, is going to be even crazier. So, all right, let's take a quick break. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody. All right, that should be Monday. So we got through 2 weeks again. Not going to save. That was our last save anyway. But we'll go ahead and take a look at what is to come. Do a little bit of planning here. Very happy. And then we'll kind of do a recap of what we accomplished. So first off, let's do a quick test here. We only have 4 things, but I want to see what the new frying pan, how it does. Yeah, so now it's got 3 slots. Actually, it looks different, I think. So we can cook up almost the whole batch. I'll have to do a second one this time, but that'll definitely help for batch cooking. Okay, so what was on our list? Upgrade our hoe. So our hoe is at gold level. Upgrade our watering can is at gold level. Upgrade our... That's all we upgraded today, I think. So done and done. Raise our fishing level. We got our fishing level up to level 6. And halfway, so we got our upgraded fishing pole as well. Done. Foraging to level 10. That was a big one. So we can see that our foraging now has a level 10, and then we gain 2 more levels. We're not resetting this one right now because we're using it to harvest nodes in the quarry. Add crab pots and bait makers. We've got that going. So we can grab our bait here. And then these can keep us in food. And then our extra bait we can then put into the fishing pole. So that gave us four sashimi. And I think 1 seaweed. Not too bad. Oh, it looks like we have some food. Summer squash and blueberries. Oh, I see pineapples. That's going to help a lot. Another pineapple. Another pineapple. That's going to be very helpful in our cash crop. So what we're trying to do is get our greenhouse set up so that... Oh, I'm sorry. Greenhouse set up for coffee, which is on its way. Our island greenhouse, our special greenhouse up here, set up for pineapple. Oh, look at that. All right, what's that give us? So 9 pineapple. All right, let's go ahead and see how well this is going to do. See how close we'll get to leveling. So we're going with pineapple for a couple of reasons. One is a regrowth crop. And so as a regrowth crop, once we get this set up, then we can just come in here and continually harvest it, right? So this whole center section, I think we're going to build into pineapple. Let's see what we end up with. 16, so it's 2 full plots of pineapple. I think we'll fill this one in. And I think we'll start taking out these hot peppers. We'll leave the blueberries in there. They're worth more than the peppers. But yeah, that won't be too bad. Actually, I might even just leave that part empty. Just for symmetry reasons. We'll clear those peppers. Now, there's no guarantee we'll get the same amount tomorrow when we do this again. But 3 plots of pineapple plus 3 over there. We're 2 days away from an ancient fruit, which means we can seed that as well. Start working on our ancient fruit in the cave. And then 6 days. So by Sunday, all those will sprout. That won't be too bad. What is the regrowth on pineapple? Let's see. So regrowth is 7 days. So they sell for a lot. But actually, that's not too bad because that means we spend less time harvesting and stuff. So I don't mind a 7-day regrowth time. Will slow us down on XP a little bit maybe, but that's also what we have. If we look at the calendar, at the end of this week, we're going to clear this out. I think we'll move our greenhouse down here as well. But pineapple will also make us money, which will be nice. All right. Let's see. Frozen levels, mining runs for coal. How did we end up? We burnt through a lot of coal. We're back up to 15. We've got to keep doing that. So we're going to leave that on the list. Move it up to the top. What is our cash crop? Pineapple. Find a prismatic shard. We found 2. 2 in one day, actually. Which means we upgraded to our galaxy sword. Skull Cavern. I think maybe Skull Cavern might be in our future. Makes sense. We're at a natural point where we would probably start doing that. Alright, I'm curious. This is where we were fishing before, right? I think we definitely gonna do some fishing. Because fishing is technically our second lowest. Luck we only have so much control over. That's just going to happen over time. It goes pretty slow though. I'm not sure what else we could do to increase luck. The skill, not the stat. So I might need to look at that. Like, I thought I saw something about geodes. So if it... When you should probably test, if it's cracking open geodes, maybe we should start cracking them open as opposed to attributing them to the island spirits. That might be something worth considering. I'll look at that offline. So I'm thinking we could get to 7 or 8 fishing. Maybe 7 in... Maybe 8 in combat. We can get to 7 easy. Especially if we hit the Skull Cavern, where things are going to get tougher. So I think it's our first puffer fish. I want to know what that gold fish was. Now that we have bait and tackle and a better fishing pole, I want to hook into it again. But maybe it was an event or an anomaly, or it's definitely something I haven't seen before. So it's got to be something in one of these mods. There it is. Oh, come on, come on. Thing is wicked. We were doing well and then lost a little control there. That motion right there is rough. Ah! Oh, we need our... No way I'm going to try that without tackle. That thing is pretty rough. It's a rough catch. Alright, let's see if we can hook it again. Alright, well again, it's this seems to be this spot. We almost had it there a couple of times and then When it gets into that wild swing back and forth, that's pretty rough, especially at our level. We're not at a very high and competitive fishing level. Holy cow, we can't even catch this pufferfish. We'll give it a few more tries here and see. If not, this will be something we definitely will push for in the next stream. I have to know what that thing is. So arguably, fishing might be one of the hardest ones for the reset. Actually, we'll figure out real fast if those levels of proficiency go away or not. Lost it already? Yep. Because if the fishing bar shrinks way back down, we'll know we lose them. If it doesn't, we'll know we keep them. Well, that was a poor showing right there. Don't give me something great, because we're not saving. Roll. Okay, so we'll give you food. Hey, deluxe bait. Looks a little different. Updated graphic on that. But yeah, we definitely have room for improved fishing here. What we might do, I might have some fishing food. We're going to try this in tomorrow's stream. We might come down here with some fishing food just to give us a little bit more of an edge. We were close on the first one, nowhere near on the second one. So we'll call it, we're almost 1 for 2 on giving it a good fight. But we're probably on the bottom end of the skill set that should be needed to catch that. Also, we're about to prove, if we don't hook into it again here, there might be a certain time of day we have to also catch this fish. So we could try the dock earlier in the day and see if we get it down there. Or if it's just this spot somehow. Definitely in a trash spot right now. Alright. Hang with him. Jeez. It acts like a legendary. It's what it feels like. Very glacier fish style. Which again, we're being only level 6. That's definitely low to try to be doing legendaries. If that's what it is equivalent to. Ooh, that was close. Alright, this might not be a... I mean, it takes some luck, I think, to catch it, but we did level. Okay, so we can definitely power level fishing here. That'll be nice. So this might be a challenge we try tomorrow. Especially if I think we have some fishing food. That larger bar with some fishing food would make a difference. Soggy newspaper. Oh, we used up our bait. That's going to slow stuff down. Alright, so we can power fish for one day, but then we're going to have to build up our bait supply again. Let's see, deluxe bait. Wow, the deluxe bait is fast. Is that just coincidence? I don't know. Our bar feels bigger with the deluxe bait. I don't know if it is or not, but it sure felt bigger. Come on, give us one more shot at it with our deluxe bait. Quit giving us sea jellies and trash. Alright, well I'm thinking we gotta get to level 8 and get that deluxe worm bin though. I don't know if it's a mod that's doing it, but the speed that we're getting hits now with this deluxe bait is pretty crazy. It should make leveling fishing a whole lot easier. Even the bait was good, but... You feel the slowdown? Alright, so I'm thinking what we're going to need to do is probably put in at least 2 more worm bins. Because you need, I think, 2 worm bins to make a deluxe worm bin anyway. And then we can start saving up more bait. So let's see. 2 more worm bins. Catch goldfish. I want that one. Let's see, food-wise. There we go. We have a fish stew, and that's a nice long one. Okay, so fish stew. Buff. That'll give us a shot at that as well. Arguably, though, that was a power run. Too bad it's not going to save, but a power run through fishing. Not counting trash and other stuff. I guess sea jellies are okay. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 14, 15, 18. Yeah, 18 fish. That's pretty good. How much are they worth? 3107. 40, 51, 2,000. Not great. Oh, carrots. Carrots are actually pretty good as a cash crop. I don't think it's better than what we're doing, but yeah, only 11. Not better than our pineapple. Okay, let's see. Well, we spent all of our day fishing. Let's reset the day and finish up our planning, and then we'll call it here. So, frozen levels in the mine, run for coal. We need to keep doing that. 2 more worm bins, catch the goldfish, use fish stew buff. We will do that. I'm not going to try it again here. We'll save that for tomorrow's stream. We'll probably hit the skull cavern tomorrow. I think that sounds reasonable. We'll keep cranking on some foraging. That sounds reasonable as well. Let's go down into the cave. See what kind of spawn we get down there. Let's see, what are these giving us now? 8. 16 for the apple. Nice. $8 for that. 8, 8. Mushroom. 8. Lots of 8s. Gold and iridium. Gold and iridium. This is a pretty decent spawn today, overall. Alright, that's good. Get our ancient fruit farm is starting up. This is spread pretty good. I think our silo's probably full. Here at some point we're going to have to decide if we're going to go with animals. Right now we're alone on the farm. And there's something to be said for that. You know, maybe we don't do animals at all. I don't know yet. Let's see, I bet you... this levels us. Oh yeah, easily. I only need 390. Won't level us twice, but this will level us here. Oh, not quite. There we go. Level 3 already. Holy cow, look at that. So there's your difference in RNG, right? That tree is completely grown. That one hasn't grown at all. That was just a couple of lucky rolls. Got that one going. Alright, so we have frozen levels, mining runs, 2 more worm bins. Catch that goldfish. I don't think we brought the food. I'm going to try a few casts down here. Not a ton. I'm curious if it just fishes into that spot. Let's see if we can hook into it down here. Or do we just get lucky and find a spot that has some kind of a special fish? And if it has that special spot, are there others we need to discover? Do we need to just every time we fish in a different spot to see if we can find more hidden things? Don't know. If it spawns down here, we'll know it won't matter. If it doesn't, then we're maybe on to something. Pure slime. Purified water made using the latest filtering technology to remove any impurities from slimes. That's interesting. Alright, I want to see, did that... Does deluxe bait really make that big of a difference all the time? Made the fishing bar bigger as well. So deluxe, I don't remember deluxe bait doing that. Coal? Wouldn't mind all of my treasure chests having coal in them. Kind of need it right now. Yeah, that bite rate on deluxe bait is... I don't remember it being this quick. It feels like something has changed either on the map or our Walk of Life skill mod. Yeah, I definitely made the bar bigger though. But so far we haven't seen one of the, you know what? We're just trying to see if we get the goldfish here. You don't have to catch it. I just want to see if it spawns. I'm just canceling out of the fishing animation. See if we can get that thing to spawn. Because we got 4 or 5, so it wasn't like it's rare. I'm intrigued. I think there might be something. Might be a special spot. Could just be RNG. It's always a possibility, but we hooked into quite a few of them over there. And we haven't gotten one here. I hit the wrong button. did it again? Alright, I'm starting to feel like we found some kind of a Easter egg or a secret on this island. What it is, I do not know. I've read through the full mod description in the past and can't say I recall any special fish mentioned, but it also might not be in the map mod. It might be in one of the other mods as well. So I don't know. We're in our junk phase right now. Okay. That's, to me, feeling pretty clear that there's something going on there. So I think that's where we were fishing. So let's try here. Do another little test here and then probably call it. Alright, we used up all the bait. And we got, in the time it took us to use up the bait before, we got, what, 4 or 5 of that goldfish. Yeah, bait makes a huge difference in whatever we're running here. Alright, so there's something about this spot. I don't know if it'll show up on the visible fish mod here. I don't see anything. There's a purple fish up there. I'm not 100% sure what that is. That looks a little different. Don't know if that'll be elsewhere. We'll look for that tomorrow. Well, there's actually 2 of them there, so. Might just be a normal fish. Yeah, there it is. Okay. There definitely seems to be something about this area anyway. Because we hooked into it right away. And we fished for like all day down on the dock. And didn't get it once. And here we hit on the 3rd time. Something like that. All right. Well, I think it's time to give up. It was an interesting experiment, but we do have now a goal to try to figure out. All right, we'll push it till one more catch of the crazy fish, which will fail. Yeah, we have no tackle, no bait. Alright, we might even not get one more hit here. I know, Mr. Rooster. Alright. I hate not knowing something, though. Heading out, not being able to know the answer. I guess it'll give us something to look forward to tomorrow. What I might have to do is try to get a screenshot for the thumbnail. Okay, it moves like a legendary fish. Don't know what it is, but it is. It moves like a legendary. One more thing we'll check here real quick, and then I want to see. That looks like an octopus there. Alright, so we had that. I don't see that. It was like purple with gold fins, is what it looked like. I didn't see it that time in the visible fish mod. That one. That's it right there. So I don't think that means anything then. Alright. Well, I think that's on the agenda for tomorrow. So we will Frozen Mines, Levels of the Mine, Skull Cavern, more Worm Bench, catch that goldfish. We are going to catch him. We'll get our crops in, keep working on our coffee beans, more of this kind of stuff. Should be good. Should be really good to go. All right, everybody, I want to thank everybody for hanging out with us. We do appreciate your support of the channel and everything that you do to keep us growing. Hold on here. So we will thank you like we always do. Go watch, play, or create something great. Be a part of a gaming community in whatever capacity makes the most sense for you. Thank you guys so much. Tomorrow night we will finish up summer, go into fall. Again, we'll probably get 2 weeks in. We are going to catch that goldfish in tomorrow's stream, though. It is an imperative and it must happen. So, all right, everybody, have a great night. We will see you tomorrow. Take care.